Well, that's me. 53 years ago. I just made PFC at a boot camp, and I had my orders to go to my first duty station, which was Kaneohe Bay, Marine Corps Base, 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines. And that's me at Camp Geiger waiting to get on the bus. These are some of my friends that went along with me. We were all excited, waiting for that first plane ride. A lot of us never flew before. And when we got on the plane, it was kind of a bumpy ride. We were still excited. And we all got airsick. Even the stewardess got airsick on that flight. But we sang old folk songs and made it all the way. We finally made it to Camp Pendleton, to the staging barracks, where we had to wait a few weeks to get on board ship to go to Hawaii. Well, some of us had mess duty, some of us had guard duty. We finally got to go on Liberty, though. That was a picture of Tijuana. I'll never forget the first tacos I ever ate was in Tijuana, Mexico. Yeah, they were good. I must eat a dozen of them till I found out they were made out of dog meat. Anyway, we finally made it back, and here is the place where we were waiting to get on the bus to get on the ship. Oh, I had visions of what Hawaii was going to be like. You know, grass huts, beautiful girls playing with dolphins in the ocean. Well, I've seen all the movies about the South Seas, and that was in the back of my mind. So that's what we were dreaming about. Yeah, this is where I learned the old saying of hurry up and wait, because that's what we did. These are some more of my friends who were all waiting. That's Private Donovan. He had duty that night before, so he got some shut-eye waiting for the bus. And we had time to fool around. That guy down there fixing to tackle me, he's a good friend of mine. I'll tell you about him later. And this is a picture of RC bags being loaded on that ship. Some of us even got sick just at the dock while the ship was still tied. And that's kind of what the ship looked like, I think. Can't remember real well, you know, it was 53 years ago. But it was not a troop transport, but a transport ship. Anyway, it got off to be a bumpy ride. And just like the picture shows, we started to get seasick. Oh, we fooled around some, but as you can see behind Tom there, we're all getting sick. Tom got sick. I got sick. Most of us got seasick on that trip. And that's Private Count Kavatika. I think that's the way I say his name. I was standing on his chest at the time. And this is the first time I ever saw a flying fish. And there they were. Most of the time, most of the trip, this is what we saw. The ocean. It was vast, and it was all around us. And it was the farthest I'd ever been away. Finally, we saw Diamond Head. That was a beautiful sight that morning. We watched as it got closer and closer. And I don't think I will ever forget what Diamond Head looked like that day. All the Marines went to the side of the ship and watched as we pulled into Pearl Harbor. That's it in the distance. And there it is up close. Soon we were going to offload that ship head to our duty stations. That was an exciting time. Then I got a chance to take a picture of the Arizona Memorial. I accidentally had a double exposure of a palm tree. I kept that picture because somehow it just looked fitting. Well, this is a picture of the Pali. That's the mountain range, cuts Oahu in half, north and south. And as we crossed the Pali, there it was. 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines. That's our barracks. I was assigned to Echo Company, 2-4. I was an 0311 grunt and did a lot of training with Echo Company for the first few months. Although I was a PFC, I was still a junior man and did a lot of swabbing the decks. That's my friend, the Count. We did a lot of training in the bush, outside of the barracks, outside of the base, I should say. That's a gunny we caught with his pants down. And we did a lot of swimming. Kaneohe's got some of the most beautiful beaches in the world. I wish I had their names. These are a lot of friends of mine that used to go to the beach with me. And this was taken at Makapuu. We did a lot of body surfing at Makapuu. The waves got pretty high. We also did a lot of spearfishing. And that was fun. Of course, this is how we spent our liberty. A lot of the Marines didn't do that. They went into town and got drunk. And those guys didn't like Hawaii at all. Here's another friend of mine. He taught me how to open a coconut. And that is not an easy trick. But there's a way. And you can see the coconut milk on the inside of that he's holding. And that's me enjoying one. Those coconuts would just wash up on the beach. We'd pick them up and enjoy ourselves. Tasted good. This picture was taken by me standing on a little bridge that went over a creek in Kaneohe. I'm looking back toward the barracks, 2-4. When I first joined Echo Company, I learned about the Marine Corps Institute. These were MCI courses Marines could take, I think they still can, to improve themselves, to learn skills that Marines need to know. It was a voluntary type thing. A lot of Marines didn't do it, but I did. Sometimes I took 2 at a time. Then in April 1964, there was an opening for the S2 Scouts. Now the S2 Scouts was made up of 12 men, 3 4-man teams. Most of them were corporals. The opening was offered for lance corporals and above. Now, I was only a PFC, but I wanted to be a scout. So I put in for it. And I took all the tests, physical and mental tests, interviews, and to my amazement, I made it. As a PFC in the Marine Corps, I was a scout, part of an elite unit that was known as the eyes and ears of the battalion. Now, I didn't always excel in my life. That didn't happen until after I became a Marine. I learned in boot camp that I could do anything I put my mind to. When I graduated from high school, out of a class of maybe 89, I was either 87 or 88. Just barely graduated, but I did graduate. Anyway, Marine Corps woke me up. I always admired those guys that were called scouts in the movies, you know, the ones that rode way out in front of the cavalry. That's where I wanted to be too. I admired my father, who was in the cavalry before World War II, and his grandfather that fought in the Civil War as a Union sergeant. Being called a scout was a great honor to me, especially in the Marine Corps. When I first joined the Scouts, I was the most junior man in the outfit. That meant that just about everybody else could give me orders, and they did. And just like every new guy that goes into a unit, there were some jokes that they used to like to play, you know, like sending me down to supply to check out a TREE for the comm shack, and going down to the armory to check out a bag of backblast, things like that. Still, the greatest compliment I ever received was when I was compared to a corporal by the name of Cheeseboro. He used to say, "Oh, we got another Cheeseboro in the unit." Corporal Cheeseboro, unlike other Marines, would spend his off-duty hours studying MCI courses, running the swamp. That was like 3 to 5 mile run, going to the gym and working out. And when I joined the Scouts, he had somebody to do all that with. As I said, the Scouts were the eyes and ears of the battalion. Well, one of the things that made us the eyes and ears of the battalion was the ANTPS-21 ground surveillance radar. We called it Tipsy 21. I became an operator of that radar machine. This is a picture of Corporal Emery. In today's terms, you might call him a geek. He was one of the techs of that radar machine that taught me the ins and outs of how to use it. It looked a little like this. That's a 25, not a 21, but still, you get the general idea. Then in June 1964, Colonel J.R. Bull Fisher took command of the battalion from Lieutenant Colonel Doxey. I'll never forget the time that he came up to the microphone after he took command, and he said, and I paraphrase these words, "It's been my honor to serve with you 2-4 in combat, and it will again be my honor to serve with you 2-4 in combat. Now, you magnificent bastards, who's the best in the Corps?" Of course, we answered 2-4, but he said it again. He said, "I said, who's the best in the Corps?" Something came over us. We knew that we were on the way to being the best in the Corps. That was the very first time that we were called magnificent bastards. I didn't know exactly how to take that the first day, but after a while, that became a badge of honor, and it was added to the battalion's logo. Oh, we had lots of training after that. This is a picture of an evasion. Now, this is a picture of what a POW camp might look like. We had escape and evasion school, went to it twice. Then I was promoted to Lance Corporal, meritoriously. This is a picture of Bull Fisher at my award ceremony. And this is a picture of me as a Lance Corporal the very first day. I was proud that day. And I was a magnificent bastard. Oh, we cross-trained with 3rd Recon Battalion, riverboat training. Went to the field a lot and stayed dirty a lot. Lots of times we'd just walk into the shower with all our gear on and strip as we cleaned ourselves off of that Hawaiian mud. That's a picture of me coming off a long patrol. The Waltzing Matilda was played the day the Bull took over the battalion, and it became our theme song. This is Corporal Daniels. He got me involved in the Kaneohe Marine Skydivers when I became a Lance Corporal. And this is me coming down in one of my first jumps. This is a Marine jumping a paracommander. That was an experimental parachute at the time that this picture was taken. I'm way out there. You can just barely see a little dot in the sky. I should be up here where the X is, but I'm not. I kind of missed the mark. This is Lieutenant Peacock. You can see the jumpsuit that we were issued. We were very proud to wear that. This is Corporal Cobe. He was not a member of the Skydivers, but he used to like to help us fold our parachutes. That's Corporal Daniels, and he's folding his. This is a picture of one of the planes that we used to use. We also jumped out of helicopters, but we got a chance to see Hawaii like very few people did. And this is Waikiki in 1964. Now here's a picture of Diamond Head, the inside of which was a rifle range. Helicopters would fly us up by the Poly where we'd jump out, a little over 3,000 feet. I remember looking at the Poly from Kaneohe, and some friends of mine and I decided one day we were going to climb it. So we got liberty and we went to the top of the Poly. That was some climb. The wind was blowing. I thought I was going to fall off. But when we got up there, we took a sea ration can lid, scratched S2 Scouts on it, and nailed it to the top of the Poly. Once we got a chance to go to Kauai and train, which was a real treat. A friend of mine and I were camping out for several days actually, and we decided to augment our sea rations with a little wild boar. So that's what we did. We went hunting. I took my K-bar and tied it to the end of a stick and went out in the bush. Sure enough, I found some scat and heard some noises, and I found what I was looking for. It was the meanest looking wild boar I had ever seen in my life. Of course, I'd never seen one before, but still, she was pretty mean looking. And she wasn't real happy that we were there. So I, like a hunter, took my spear and threw it at her, and that just made her madder. So she proceeded to chase me up a tree by this huge canyon. Well, I had a beautiful view of the canyon, and my friend ran up the hill, and he sat there and laughed at me as this wild boar was running around the bottom of the tree with her little piglets. Every now and then she'd bump the tree with her tusks. When we got back, we had one story to tell. Well, as fun as that boar hunt was, that didn't even come close to what was going to happen next to the whole battalion. One day I looked out and there he was, bigger than life, John Wayne, standing there on the parade deck talking to Colonel Fisher. Next thing I knew, we were taken down to a place called Sandy Beach. It's down by Pearl Harbor. Taken into a Quonset hut and asked to put on different uniforms. Some were old World War II Marine uniforms and some were Navy uniforms. And one guy came over and said, hey, why don't you go over there and put that uniform on? And it was a Navy uniform. So I did. Then he took me out and said, okay, I want you to go over there and stand on the dock by that boat. Well, I did that. And then he said, now what I want you to do is act like a sailor and go in the boat and you'll know what to do. Just act normal. So I did that. And we went out to a seaplane, and out of the seaplane came John Wayne. Of course, in the boat was Kirk Douglas. And there I was, right along with those fellas. And when we came back in, I stood on the bow like I knew what I was doing with a line in my hand. And I jumped off onto the dock, tied the boat up, and John Wayne jumped out of the boat with Kirk Douglas, and they did their lines, and believe it or not, that whole scene was in the movie. But the best part of that movie was not my part, but it was when Colonel Bull Fisher said his lines.
What can't be all?
That's all Captain Torrey reports, sir. 3 light cruisers and 8 destroyers, grouped with Captain Torrey's heavy cruiser. None is equipped with radar.
12 bat-blind ships.
Well, gentlemen, your opinions. We must position them to repel an invasion, sir.
You mean wait, Admiral Broderick?
We have no choice, sir. Wait.
Seek out and destroy, if at all possible, sir.
Seek out and destroy. Those words meant a lot to us in 2-4. We were the first ones to see that movie and the first ones to hear Bull Fisher say that famous line. And that stuck with us, especially when we went to Vietnam a few months later. After we were done with the movie, we continued to train and get ready for what was ahead. Oh, the official word was that we were to go to California, land at Camp Pendleton, and just do some maneuvers. But the scouts were given French-Vietnamese maps and told to study them inside and out. These were old maps that were used in Dien Bien Phu, 1954. So the declination diagram on the bottom was all wrong. And we had to figure all that out. Anyway, several months went past, and during this time, I had the opportunity to apply for Annapolis. I took several tests, 2-year college equivalency tests and interviews, and I passed all the tests except I was a little weak in math, and I was told that I was accepted, but I had to go to New London, Connecticut and brush up on my math skills before I could attend Annapolis. And there was one other thing I had to do, and that was write a 200-word essay, the subject of which why I wanted to become an officer. Well, we had a lot of mount-out inspections and other inspections. These mount-outs were really very intense. We had to go outside, take all our gear, lay it on the ground, and have it inspected. We did this over and over again. Then the scouts were allowed to go aboard ship. We went aboard ship as an advance party. Now, this ship was supposed to take us to California, but the scouts knew better. Don Johnson, my best friend, and I were sitting on this ship, still tied up at Pearl Harbor, and I was trying to write this bloody essay about why I wanted to be an officer. Well, Don looked up. He saw this young Navy lieutenant come out and did something rather stupid. And he looked at me and he said, "Are you sure you want to be an officer?" Well, yes, I did want to be an officer. I did want to go to Annapolis. And my reasons were many. All my life, I'd been geared toward that goal. You see, my father and my mother were both in the Navy. My father was a lieutenant. My mother was one of the first waves. I had 3 brothers, and they were all in the Navy. And when I grew up, I was in uniform from a very young age. I was a drummer boy in what was called the Washington Infantry in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Later on, I went to military school. And my father and mother made me a little Navy uniform that I wore when my brother came home on leave one time. So I had really thought I was going to be a naval officer. So there I was, sitting on this ship, trying to figure out what to write. But I knew something else. I knew we were going to Vietnam, and I knew that meant combat. And I did not want to leave 2-4. Not at that time. So I took the blank piece of paper and I balled it up and I threw it in the Pearl Harbor and waited for the colonel to arrive so I could tell him why I did not want to leave the battalion. That's exactly what I did. From there, the ship set sail and I stayed aboard. Instead of heading east toward California, the ship turned around and started heading west. That's when they came on the loudspeaker and told the whole battalion that we were going to Vietnam. But first, we were heading to Okinawa. The trip to Okinawa was relatively uneventful. The seas were calm. We didn't have a lot to do except watch the beautiful ocean as it passed by. Nobody really got seasick on this trip. We took care of our grooming and cleaned our rifles, and the scouts continued to study those maps. And finally, we made it to Okinawa. There we were taken to Camp Hansen. And in Camp Hansen, we cleaned our gear, checked our equipment, did normal duties, had what's called fire watch. That's a guy that walks around for 4 hours in the squad bay just to give him something to do at night. And we went on Liberty. One of the things that did happen in Okinawa, though, was the fact that we had a Zippo lighter salesman come along and sell us all Zippo lighters. Now, these lighters were really nice and they were relatively inexpensive. A lot of them had a Marine Corps emblem on it, but the one that I got had 2-4's logo on it. I wish I still had that lighter. Later on, it would prove invaluable. But What we used them for in Okinawa was to light the cigarettes of the naisons or the girls in the bars. I didn't smoke, but I would pull out my nason lighter and light this girl's cigarette and then, put it back in my pocket. But it was a nice little thing. Anyway, we finally was put back on board ship, and this time we headed for Vietnam. The voyage from Okinawa to Vietnam was a whole lot different than the one we just experienced coming from Hawaii to Okinawa. The seas were rough. As a matter of fact, we ran into a typhoon on the way. I even saw an aircraft carrier sitting on a mountain of water, and I saw the props on the back of the carrier, and I saw the bow, and they were both out of the water. And when you see an aircraft carrier sitting on a mountain of ocean, you know it's rough. We even got into what we call a fishbowl, where the sea all around you is higher than where you're sitting, and we popped up like a cork. But even though it was rough, I enjoyed every minute of it. Oh, some of the Marines got seasick, and some of them wouldn't get out of their hammocks or their racks down below. Wasn't exactly a hammock, but it was a rack. Anyway, I loved to stay up on deck, and I did as much as I could because the ocean was, like I had always pictured the ocean to be on board one of those ships. And finally, we made it to Vietnam. 2 days out, I had this picture taken of me. We were getting ready to be on the first landing craft to hit the beach at a little place called Chu Lai. I remember standing on deck at night when we got to Vietnam, watching the horizon, and it looked like flashes of lightning, but we knew that it was naval gunfire, and we thought that they were softening up the beach for us to land, like they did in World War II. And then the day that we embarked off the side of that ship in those Mike boats to take us to Vietnam, the chaplain said a prayer, and we thought for sure we were going to go right into a hot beach, full combat. And we were ready. We had gone down the cargo nets into the Mike boats and taken away from the ship, and we circled around for a while until all the boats got together. Then on a signal, we all headed toward the beach. They told us to keep our heads down, not look over the edge of the Mike boats, because we might get shot. So we did that. Then I saw the gunny motion to me to come up to the front of the boat, and he handed me a long pole, a wooden stick with a three-sided sign on the top of it. He said, "You carry this when we hit the beach, and I'll tell you where to put it." I said, "Gunny, you're giving me a stick to hit the beach with? You're going to arm me with a stick?" He said, "You just do what I told you." I said, "Okay." So we hit the beach finally, and I carried that stick. I also had a part of that ANTPS Tipsy 21. I think it was, I don't know, maybe the bipod part. Anyway, I had to carry it, and we were all wearing life vests over our flak jackets. And Vietnam is hot. Not just hot, It's very hot. And it was very hot on that day. And when we hit the beach, we were happy to get rid of those life vests. But hitting the beach in Vietnam at Chu Lai was a different experience than I expected. I thought we were going to get shot at, you know, like they show Marines hitting the beach, and like we had been trained for. But when we got on the beach, we looked up, and up on a kind of a knoll was a big sign saying, "Welcome Marines." And here were these Vietnamese girls dressed in white with flowers and waving at us, and there were newspaper reporters taking pictures, and I thought, well, this is really strange. So we finally got together, all the scouts got together, and we were told to push on. And we did that. The sand around Chu Lai, from there all the way to Route 1, which is a long way, was really, really soft. And it was like, you know, you take a step forward and 2 steps back. Anybody that's been to the beach for any length of time know what I'm talking about. But when you're carrying several pounds of equipment and your rifle, you got a helmet and cartridge belt, wearing a flak jacket, that all weighs you down pretty good. I remember coming up to a hut that was built, had a little fence around it, and I had to check it out really for booby traps. We finally made it past that, and then we came up to Route 1. Now, Route 1 in Vietnam was the only paved highway that I saw while I was there. And on Route 1, as we approached it, there were thousands of Vietnamese all heading in one direction. They looked like they were carrying everything they owned, and indeed they were. They were all heading north. They were told that their villages and their little huts were no longer safe. So they were getting away. We had gone as far as we were supposed to go when we hit Route 1. You see, the Battalion 2-4 had what was called a tactical area of responsibility. This was a line drawn on a map that gave us an area that we were responsible for. It was a large area. And in the center of it was where the command post was. And that was very close to where I was standing on Route 1. Of course, next to Route 1 was a railroad track that ran north and south. And so we crossed the tracks and went into the jungle area where the command post was set up. We were told to dig in. Now, in my squad, I had a new man. His name was P.T. Scott. Now, P.T. Scott was a good friend of mine. He was a black Marine. And so when we were told to dig in, we had to dig foxholes because we didn't have sandbags or anything at that time. So we all started digging right around our area, and Scott decided that he had found the perfect spot to dig a foxhole. It was a little mound of sand, and he decided that he was going to dig straight down into this mound of sand. It made a natural parapet. A parapet's a little bit of earth that sticks up all around your foxhole. So you can picture this little mound of sand, and it was soft. So he dug down in the center of this little mound, and we were all digging in, and all of a sudden I heard this scream, and I saw Scott jumping out of his foxhole. He was scrambling, trying to get out of that foxhole. Come to find out that he had dug in the center of a freshly dug Vietnamese grave. Well, Scott would not go down and get his entrenching tool. I had to go down and get it. And his entrenching tool was embedded in the skull of a freshly deceased Vietnamese. They used to bury them in a kind of a sitting position. Hard to describe. Anyway, that was one of our first introductions to Vietnam. Well, our first days in country, we set up the CP command post area, and then we were moved out to different areas on the tactical area of responsibility. I was sent with a group of Marines to a hill that we called Catfish 2. There was Catfish 1, Catfish 2, and Catfish 3. These were on the edge of our TAOR, or Tactical Area of Responsibility. When I first got to the top of that hill that we walked to, by the way, and climbed, it was extremely hot that day. The ground that was on top of that hill where we had to dig in was like cement. I remember I laid down on the ground. We had a chow break where we broke out our sea rations. And as I was eating my dinner, this huge dragonfly landed on my finger. Well, there were a couple of Marines sitting close by, and they watched me. And I started talking to this dragonfly. The little creature turned its head like it was listening to me. And I was holding a little conversation with it, like saying, oh, what are you doing here in Vietnam? Were you born here or something? I wouldn't be here if I didn't have to be. And I was just talking to it like that. And every time I would talk to it, it would turn its little head and look at me. Well, then it flew off. And I continued to finish my sea rations. And the other Marines kind of looked at me like, oh boy, he's lost it. And then a shot rang out. Of course, we grabbed our rifles and got down and looked out in every direction, wondering if we were being hit. Then I heard this Marine screaming. And he was screaming, I'm going home, I'm going home. Come to find out that this guy had shot himself in the foot. And he was still screaming. And the gunny looked at him and said, well, if you don't shut up, you'll be going home in a box. Then a chopper came down and took that guy away. Anyway, we stayed up there on that mountain and attempted to dig in. And I don't remember a lot about the very first day up there. I knew that we did dig in somewhat. We had a few sandbags. I think I set up that Tipsy 21 on the opposite side of the hill that faced the jungle to see if we could get some signals. Anyway, I remember days later, I think I went back to the command post, and Marines were going on patrol all over the place. Our battalion was really spread out. The TAOR was big enough maybe for 2 or 3 battalions, but it was just made for us, so that's what we patrolled. We had what's called backyard patrols. That was by the airstrip. We watched the Seabees build that airstrip in a matter of days. I mean, a couple of days. We're not talking about a long time now. These guys worked fast. Now, our living conditions at that time were pretty poor. When it rained, we didn't have a lot of shelter. We had shelter halves, and we had ponchos, and we had sandbags, and we were dug in and all that. The colonel had his Amtrak, and that was the command post. We really didn't have water to wash with. We had just enough to drink. And you haven't lived till you had to drink water that was seasoned with halazone tablets. We had to drop those halazone tablets in our canteens so that we could drink it without getting sick. Well, they had a water mule at the command post where we got our water from. But when we were out in the bush on Catfish 2 or other mountains, we had to find water from a different source. And I found it one day in the bottom of that mountain. There was an old Vietnamese well. I'll never forget it. It was beautiful. It was had old carvings of Buddhist origin, I guess. And it was like ancient, but the well water was cool. So I'd go down the bottom of the hill, I'd drop the canteens in and fill them up full of water. And that's when the halazone tablets really paid off, because we didn't get sick. Anyway, back at the CP, like I said, we would go on patrol all over the place. And one time, it was my turn to lead the patrol. We used to take turns as the guy that would lead the patrol, the one that would go on point, etc. Well, it was my turn to lead. So our patrol went down Route 1. And as I walked down Route 1, we noticed that there was a large group of Vietnamese that were holding a meeting right next to a little area called Chu Lai New Life Hamlets. This was a new construction that the CBs built for the Vietnamese refugees that had to leave their villages. Anyway, when we got to this area where the meeting was, it was starting to get dark. And I called back to the CP to ask if anybody knew or had given authority for these people to be out at night, because when the sun went down, that's when the war started. And we had no information before we took that patrol that we were going to run into this large group of Vietnamese. Another thing, I had started to learn how to speak Vietnamese shortly after we got there. There was a lieutenant by the name of Tung Huy Lich. He was the battalion interpreter, and we struck up a friendship, and he taught me a lot of Vietnamese. As a matter of fact, I learned how to count, which was invaluable. Mut hai ba ban nam sao bai tam chim mui. That's counting to 10. I still remember how to do that. I remembered other little phrases too. And I became one of the, you might say, Marine interpreters when it came to some things. And the Marines would come to me and say, well, what's he talking about? And I'd try through my Pidgin Vietnamese to converse with these people, and I did okay. Still, like I said, we came upon this group of Vietnamese sitting around at night or in the late evening, and I sent Don Johnson and a couple other Marines around the area to kind of check out behind these guys. And Don Johnson came up with 2 shotguns and a rifle. Well, they weren't supposed to have weapons. They weren't popular forces. They weren't ARVN troops. And that meant they could have been a Viet Cong. So I captured them, captured every doggone one of them. All the ones that were sitting in that little meeting, and took them up on the road. I called the CP. They called regiment. Regiment didn't know anything about it. So I was ordered to bring them back. Now, what I wanted to do was bring them back alive and not have to shoot anybody in the process. By the way, my patrol was made up of 10 of us. There must have been maybe 30, 40 of those guys. And I captured every one of them, and the 10 of us walked them back to the CP area where we had interpreters and other folks that could talk to them. There was a POW compound set up right across the road from where we were. And when we got them back, I turned them over to these people, people that ran that POW compound. And then our patrol was finished that night. Well, later on, I heard that there were some Viet Cong within that bunch of Vietnamese that I'd captured. I don't know, maybe 5 or 6. And the colonel put out the word that I was going to receive a Bronze Star for that action. Well, we hit the rack, and the next morning I woke up and the colonel sent word for me and those 10 Marines to go on long-range patrol. He was getting us out of the area because, you see, what we had done was captured the entire police force, the fire department, the mayor and his son, along with those other Viet Cong. And regiment wasn't too happy about it, so they were coming after me. But they never did catch me. They would have to go way deep in the jungle to find me. And anyway, that was one incident that happened. And then later on, Colonel Fisher, I had to go into Onton, which is a village down Route 1 that was close to this bridge, or contained this bridge. It's called the Onton Bridge. And he had to talk to the village chief down there. So he grabbed me and Don Johnson as his bodyguards, actually. And we hopped in the Jeep and went with him to Onton. While we were in Onton, of course, the colonel had his meeting. And after his meeting, he asked us if we wanted to stay around for a little bit, and kind of like on liberty. Well, John and I decided, yeah, that would be great. And we'll just walk back, you know. We weren't too afraid of anything at that time. And it was during the day, so we had all day to walk back and, you know, kind of enjoy ourselves in Onton. And what we decided to do was get haircuts. You see, we hadn't had a haircut from the time we left the ship till then. So John and I, me and my pigeon Vietnamese, found a barber, went inside, and I said, John, you go first. He said, okay. So he sat down in the chair, and the barber breaks out a straight razor, and he proceeds to cut the hair out of the nose of Don Johnson. Well, when I saw him with his straight razor, I pulled my rifle and put a round in the chamber and held it on this guy. And I told John, I said, John, when he's done with you, you hold the rifle for me. He said, okay. Well, the barber was a little nervous, but he did cut our hair. That was another little funny thing that happened there. There were a lot of things that happened, of course, during this time. And by the way, because of the rain and the heat and the fact that we couldn't wash up, our clothes started to rot off, literally. I remember having to tie my boots on. See, they were made out of leather. They weren't the the kind they issued later on, you know, with the cloth on the sides and all that fancy stuff in the sole to keep you from getting stabbed by a pangy stick if you stepped on it. You know, they had little metal inserts on the bottom of the soles. That was later on, but we just had our normal leather boots that did not last long in Vietnam. And so our clothes started to rot off, and we were hoping we would get resupplied or something. And because our living conditions were so bad, I mean, we were living in shelters and in the ground, and it was rather miserable. And this went on for a few months. Well, finally, I got wind that the Seabees had made hardback shelters for themselves in Chu Lai, and the tents that they had used were in storage. So the scouts decided that we were going to get a 6x, and that's a big truck, and go down and repurpose those tents. That's exactly what we did. We drove right up to their compound and got out and loaded those tents. Didn't ask anybody or sign for anything. We just loaded the tents on the 6x, and I got a tent for the command post, and I got a fly tent for the mess hall, which we didn't have, and we got tents for supply and a tent for the scouts. And we were in tall cotton before we got back, and we got all the poles and everything we needed to put them up. When we got back to the CP, the colonel said he was real happy to see that we had confiscated these tents from the Navy, but all he said was, well, change the USN that's stenciled on the side of the tent to USMC. So we found a way of doing that. Anyway, for a while, that's what we lived in that command post area. And I remember when it rained real hard, we would run outside and take our soap and wash up in the rain and use the rain like a shower because it came down real hard. The only problem with that was that when it stopped raining and you were still soapy, that was rather uncomfortable. I got to be pretty good at cooking sea rations. I experimented with different ways of cooking them and you know, melting the cheese over stuff and making s'mores, kind of. Melting that chocolate bar into the pound cake and stuff like that. Oh yeah, I took the pound cake and I would puncture holes in the top of the can. Didn't open it, just punctured some holes in there and poured some water in there and put it on the stove that I'd made, and it would steam that pound cake, and I swear it tasted like fresh steamed or fresh baked pound cake when we finally ate it. Anyway, I learned all kinds of little things like that. As a matter of fact, I still have a sea ration can opener that I carry with me all the time. I learned not to be without one of those, and I still carry one these 50-some years later. It's held on my key ring with a grenade ring that holds the pin that pulls out and arms the grenade. One time I was on a routine patrol at the backyard, and in the morning when we broke up the ambush, I saw a Vietnamese get his bike out of the bushes and start to go away. Of course, I hollered at him, "Lie die," which means come here. And he heard me and looked around and decided that discretion was a better part of valor and that he could not outrun a 7.62 round that I was fixing to fly down his way. Anyway, he stopped and he smiled, grinned real big, and walked over to me with his bicycle. And I asked him what was he doing out there, in Vietnamese, of course, as I started patting him down for weapons. And while in the process of talking to him and patting him down, in his pocket was a roll of Vietnamese money that we called dong. It was beaucoup dong. It was a lot of money. And I asked him what he was doing with all this money. And he made up some dumb excuse about going to the doctor and buying medicine for his sick mother. Well, I didn't buy that for a minute. So I captured him, and we took him back to the area where they had the POW compound and other interpreters that could speak a whole lot better than me. And come to find out, this guy was a paymaster for the Viet Cong in his area. Well, that month they didn't get paid. Well, when the colonel found out about this, he told me that, or issued a special pass for me to go on one of the first R&Rs. They had a flight going out to Hong Kong. Well, for one reason or another, I decided I really didn't want to go. I mean, we'd been there a few months, but I didn't want to go to Hong Kong. And a friend of mine that worked in supply said, "Oh, hey, can I take your pass?" Well, it was a pass to board a plane, and he had some time off. I said, sure. So I gave him my pass. And sure enough, he flew out and went to Hong Kong. Well, it was a couple of weeks later, I got word that the plane that this guy was flying on, coming back from Hong Kong, had gone into the Hong Kong harbor and everyone on board was killed. We had a really fine chaplain in 2-4 at that time. And I had another really good friend of mine that was the chaplain's assistant. After that incident, I talked to the chaplain for a while. He was a Catholic chaplain. I was a Lutheran, but it didn't matter. He would also, from time to time, when I came off patrol and visit my buddy who was his assistant, he'd give me a little glass of wine, not for communion, just to drink. And I remember one time he shared a story with me after he came back from Anton. A young Marine was playing with some Vietnamese children down by the bridge, just playing around, and this Marine say, "UVC," and the children would say, "No, UVC." Well, this guy said, "Me VC?" And they say, "Yeah, UVC, UVC." And so he took out his .45 and, not meaning to, blew his brains out. It was a gesture. I don't think he knew there was a round in the chamber, but he pulled the trigger, and that's why the chaplain had to go to Anton that day to give him the last rites. He told me about that when he got back. Another incident that I was almost involved in happened right around that time as well. There was a 6-by that had picked up some Marines to go to the beach for a swim call. And I wanted to go, but there wasn't any more room on this 6-by. So I said, okay, I'll wait. And the last Marine that got on that 6-by had his rifle, cartridge belt, helmet, and everything. And there was a hand grenade that was stuck in his cartridge belt. Well, when the truck got down by the beach, I guess they hit a pothole or something. But somehow this guy's grenade fell out of his belt. The pin was pulled, and most of the guys in the back of that 6x were killed. Then there was another time when a young Marine lieutenant had taken a patrol, set up what's called an L-shaped ambush, and he decided that he was going to check his ambush. Now, one of the things you don't do after you set up an ambush is leave the ambush area. But he decided he was going to check it out, make sure his Marines are in place. It was dark. He took his radio man with him, and he walked down the trail and walked into his own ambush, and both of them were killed by Marines. Another memory that stands out in my brain is the time I stood on it was kind of a rocky hill, and I looked out over a rice paddy, and I saw a young Vietnamese boy. He couldn't have been more than 13, and he stood on a rice paddy dike, and one rice paddy on one side was full of water. The other rice paddy was dry. Now you have to understand, these rice paddies are 2 acres, 3 acres, something like that. And I watched this boy all day long. And from morning to evening, he took a small leather bucket and took water from the full rice paddy and put it into the empty rice paddy. And this boy did this over and over and over again until the empty rice paddy had water in it, covered the whole thing. I looked at a friend of mine and I said, you know what? We're in serious trouble. I was referring to the fact that this boy, as young as he was, this young Vietnamese boy, if he turned into a VC, we would have a fight on our hands. And we did. Well, it finally came time for me to pull mess duty. Now, Marines back then had to clean all the pots and pans, and, we either pulled a guard duty or a mess duty. Of course, in Vietnam, everybody had guard duty all the time. But mess duty was something extra. And because I was still a lance corporal, it was my turn. So I reported to the mess sergeant, and he put me to work cleaning pots and pans. I did this job just like every other job that they ever gave me. I might not have liked it, but I did it well. As a matter of fact, I think I kind of organized a little system that worked real good, and all these pots and pans were cleaned and put up in record time. So when I was finished with mess duty, which lasted, maybe a week or so, the mess sergeant was impressed with my work, and he gave me, as a reward, 1 whole can of Spam. Now, this can of Spam was not like your ordinary grocery store can of Spam. This was huge. It was about 1 foot long and maybe, I want to say 4 to 6 inches in diameter. And that night that I had this can of Spam as a reward, I also had some cheese. And it just happened to be the very first night that 2-4 had a movie that they were showing for the troops there at the command post. So I remember sitting there with my can of Spam and my cheese and what crackers we could get together with my buddies, and we ate that whole can of Spam that night watching the movie. I couldn't tell you today what the movie was. I think it was a chick flick. Then I was sent back out to Catfish 2. I think Gulf Company was on Catfish 2 at the time. That was that mountain that I told you about earlier. I was sent out there, and my task as a scout was to man that Tipsy 21, which was all set up. And I put on my headphones, and one evening I was sitting there listening to these signals that I thought were rather unusual coming from the jungle. And I got the lieutenant down and the sergeant, and I said, I've got something out here. They said, what do you got? I said, I think it's a tank. They said, a tank? I said, yeah, I think it's a tank. And it's moving toward us. And I told them the direction it was moving, and I told them how fast. It was moving slow, actually. And it was coming right up to the wire. Well, the lieutenant listened in. We couldn't see anything. There was nothing to see. It was totally dark. And but sure enough, we got the signal from this radar set. So we called in artillery and mortars. And the next day, after all the explosions went off and the screaming stopped, we looked down the hill, and sure enough, at the bottom of the hill where the concertina wire was, and we had triple strand concertina wire all around the bottom of that hill, there were hair, teeth, and eyeballs and parts of a water buffalo. I think what happened was the VC were trying to probe our wire that night, and they used a water buffalo to do it. Well, I killed, I think, the first water buffalo in 2-4 in action in Vietnam, and the Marines on top of the hill thought that was really funny. So they had wire that used to go around the C ration cases, and they took this piece of wire and they fashioned it into a water buffalo, and they hung it on my radar machine. And that was my radar. Tipsy 21 had the first water buffalo medal. There was another time that I had to dig what's called a 4-holer up on top of Catfish 2. Now, like I told you, the ground was hard. It was like cement. But once you got through the crust, then it was a lot easier digging. And I dug this real nice, deep 4-holer hole in the ground on top of Catfish 2. That was another job that Lance Corporal would have done, and that's what I did. Anyway, we had a 4-holer wooden box-like thing that went on top of this hole where you sat down and did your duty. Well, after I got the whole thing constructed and put this box on top of the hole, I sat down to use the box. Behind the box was a big bush, and you couldn't see anything on the other side of the bush. It was just a great big bush. But behind the bush, I didn't know, was a 106. Now, a 106 is a recoilless rifle they used in Vietnam. And all I heard was somebody holler, "Clear the back blast area, clear the back blast area." And I'm sitting there and I looked around, I didn't see anything. Next thing I knew, this thing went off, and I found myself flying down the mountain, and I landed in the triple strand concertina wire with my pants around my ankles and screaming. Well, the Marines heard me holler. The 4-holer had collapsed inside itself, and the back blast from that 106 blew me down the hill. It didn't hurt me, but It sure did surprise the heck out of me. They thought that was real funny. Well, I think it was a few days later. We had set up on the other side of the hill, and I was in a kind of a bunker, and next to the Tipsy 21. And it was about 2 o'clock in the morning. It started raining. It was raining so hard up there that you couldn't hear anything and you couldn't see anything. So we shut the radar machine down because it just didn't work in the rain like that. And then at 2 o'clock in the morning, we heard the most horrendous sound of whistles going off, and then explosions going off all around. Grabbed my rifle, and we were getting hit. We were hit that night on Catfish 2. Now there was a foxhole close to where I was, and there were 3 Marines in the foxhole, I remember. A grenade was thrown inside their foxhole. 1 Marine was killed, 2 were thrown out. And there were grenades all over the top of that hill. Some went off and some didn't. And when I looked out, like I said, it was raining real hard. I couldn't tell the Marines from the VC. I didn't know which was which, so I didn't shoot either one. I knew they were running around on top of the hill, but they couldn't see either. And it was just really strange. They were screaming and hollering and stuff going off. I remember the mortar platoon started dropping mortars, and 106s started shooting flechette rounds that killed a few VC. A flechette round is like an artillery shell, but it has these little darts. It's not a, and it's shot like a shotgun. So all these darts fly through the air and tear up whatever they hit. Marines on the other side of the hill were hit. And like I said, there were hand grenades all over the place. After a while, they started running back down the hill. One of them ran into me and stabbed me in my right hand. He didn't make it. We had counted 24, I think, VC on top of the hill. They estimated that over 200 of them had hit us that night. The colonel came down the next day to inspect the area, and all he said, he got off his helicopter, all he said was, "Good job." Got back on his chopper and flew away. And so we took the bodies of the deceased Vietnamese, and believe it or not, put them in that 4-holer hole that I had dug. They didn't look real to me. They looked like mannequins. And they had this stench about them that kind of went in the back of my throat, like a metallic taste that they gave off. Hard to describe. And it was surreal. Like I said, the bodies didn't look like people. They looked like mannequins. We put them in the hole, as many as we could find. And then that morning, I'll never forget, I went on the other side of this hill, and I looked down where the mortar platoon had been. Just below them, on another little hill, everybody was watching this strange sight. It was a huge rock ape that was sunning himself. He was a big red monkey, and he had stretched out on the side of this mountain and was just kind of enjoying the sunrise, just sunbathing. Well, I wrapped my hand with my t-shirt. I didn't think I was hurt that bad. Then I went with the Marines that had come out to the hill. I think they were from Echo Company or Fox Company. I can't remember. And we went down through the jungle in the area that we thought the VC had come from. We went on patrol and went down into a area where there was a little grass huts, and not a village, but necessarily, but there were these big piles of hay. They had carried some of their bodies of the VC, and they stuck them in this big pile of hay. I guess they were trying to hide them from us. That was the other thing that was kind of strange. The VC actually had comm wire wrapped around their ankles when they hit us. And that was if we had killed them or, blew them apart or something, that their friends would pull the comm wire and pull their bodies down so we couldn't get a accurate count. That they wanted accurate body counts, actual body counts, If you're out on patrol and you got 10 men and you get in an ambush and say you kill 5 or 6 VC, in order to get an accurate body count, they didn't come out to you and count the bodies laying on the ground. They wanted you to bring them back and then line them up. Then some guy from regiment or something would come down and he'd count them. Well, this was a kind of a ridiculous practice, because if you were walking in 2 days or 4 days or whatever, you're in the bush and you got to carry these guys out and there's only 10 of you and there's 5 or 6 bodies. Well, the colonel figured it out. He said, bring back the right ear. Well, it was a heck of a lot lighter and made a lot more sense. The left ear didn't count, just the right ear. Well, we did that for a while. Now, I never cut an ear off, but I would have had the opportunity presented itself. But I do know of a lot of Marines that brought back ears. And what we would do is turn them into sick bay when they got back, and the corpsman, then someone from sick bay would count the ears and then dispose of them. Well, that's what they were supposed to do. It just so happened that there was a young corpsman who decided he wanted to be show his family something really unique from Vietnam. So like a dummy, he took one of the ears and sent them home. And the next thing you knew, the policy of cutting the right ear off stopped. There was a big investigation, and we didn't do that anymore. My hand had swollen up so bad, it had made like 2 hands. So I went to sick bay when I got back. Just walked up to sick bay, and corpsman looked at me, and the doc took a look at my hand, and he said, we got to send you to B-Med. B-Med was a kind of like an advanced hospital area down on the beach at Chu Lai. So they sent me down to B-Med. And when I got down there, the corpsman or the doctor put me out and operated on my hand and shoved penicillin into the area, because my hand was really infected and it was in bad shape. It was in such bad shape that the doctor there decided to send me to Nha Trang, which they did. Now, I was out of it. I mean, they had drugged me good when I was at B-Med. So I don't remember a whole lot about the flight down to Nha Trang, but I do remember Nha Trang. Nha Trang was an army hospital. And Nha Trang, I learned later on, was known as the Riviera of South Vietnam. And I think it was. It was a beautiful place. The doctors, as soon as I got down there, reoperated on my hand, cut my hand even more, and put more penicillin in my hand and left the wound open so it would drain real good. While they put me in the ward, I met Clayton Raymond. Now, Clayton Ramon was in Special Forces, and he was Hawaiian. And I remember he was a sergeant in Special Forces, and he'd been shot in the leg, and his rack was right close to mine. So when I first met Clayton Ramon, we were in Hawaii together, and we were in a one of those POW camps I told you about earlier, escape and evasion school. And so we hit it off together again in this hospital, and both of us were ambulatory. We could get up and walk around finally. And they let us go on liberty for a few hours, left the hospital to go to Nha Trang. Well, Clayton Ramon knew about the area a whole lot more than me, so I just kind of followed him, went down to the beach, and along the beach in Nha Trang, there were these little grass huts, and every one of them was a bar. And you have to understand, I hadn't had cold beer in a long time. So, we went to these little grass huts along the beach, and it was a relatively nice experience. And then we went back to the hospital. And when I walked into the hospital, I heard the doctors talking about me. They said that they were going to send me back to the States. Yeah, I was supposed to be medevaced out of Vietnam. So I decided that wasn't a good idea. I wasn't hurt all that bad. So I went to supply there at the hospital, got my helmet and my cartridge belt and my rifle and whatever else I came in with, my uniform, and went out on right next to the hospital was the helo landing pad. They had a lot of helicopters there, and I just walked around up there and I asked if anybody was heading to Chu Lai, and one of the guys said, "Well, I'm going to Da Nang right now, and you can catch a ride from Da Nang to Chu Lai." So I thought that was a good idea. So I hopped on the helicopter. We flew to Da Nang. When we landed at Da Nang, I hopped off that chopper and found another guy that was flying to Chu Lai. I hopped on that chopper. I think that was a Huey. It was one of my first times on a Huey. And so we flew back to Chu Lai. Now my hand's still wrapped up, it's still draining actually. And got to Chu Lai, and I caught a ride in a Jeep with a corpsman who was going back to 2-4. When we got back to 2-4, we drove in, and I hop out of the Jeep right at the command post. And out from the tent comes a sergeant major, and he said, "Darrow, where have you been? The colonel wants your ass now." So I had to report to the colonel. Come to find out that nobody knew where I had been for the last, I don't know how many weeks. And my parents had actually received a telegram that I was missing in action. So, of course, my dad, being ex-military and everything, contacted his congressman, who contacted regiment, who contacted the colonel, who had no answers at that time, and because nobody knew where I was. And so the colonel said to me, "Why haven't you written your parents?" And of course I showed him my hand. I said, "I can't write." And he said, "Well, you're going to write, and you're going to write at least once a week." Now, he also, at the same time, had information that I had gone AWOL from the hospital, and that they were looking for me to lock me up, I guess. So I explained to the colonel I wanted to come back. I told him everything that had happened. And he said, "All right." He said, "You're going to stay here. We're going to take care of you. We'll give you something to do while your hand's getting better." And don't worry about it. So the colonel actually fixed my indiscretion because I wasn't running away. I was trying to get back. Shortly thereafter, I found myself on top of a mountain with a BC scope. That's a kind of a binocular. And my job was to look out over this rice paddy area toward Anton. And there was a little village there that was just on the edge of the rice paddies called No Name Village, which was not supposed to be occupied. And I was to report if anything moved outside of No Name Village. Well, a couple days earlier, well, let me back up. During that time, you remember I told you about the Nason lighters that the Marines had in Okinawa? Well, they were being put to good use because the people that had come down the road that I saw when we first got there were actually being evacuated from their little grass huts in the jungle and their little villages. And the Vietnamese ARVN troops were evacuating all the people out of there because the VC were using those areas to steal rice, to store ammo, etc. So what we were supposed to do is burn down those villages, burn down the huts to keep the VC from being able to use them, and the NVA, who were in our area also. That's North Vietnamese Army. And somebody, I think, took a picture of a Marine burning down a hut, and we became known as Zippo Marines. That was the first time that I'd heard that expression. Well, a couple days before I went up on top of this mountain to watch No Name Village, I saw a helicopter land right in the center of our compound, our command post area. Out from this helicopter, and by the way, it was an unusual looking helicopter. It had a big glass bubble on it. I call it a bubble helicopter. Out from this helicopter came General Westmoreland. General Westmoreland walked up to Colonel Fisher and he said, and I quote, "You will not burn down another damn village." Turned around, got back in his helicopter and left. Well, a couple days later, I'm up there looking out over this rice paddy with a BC scope, and I saw something moving at No Name Village. So I called the CP and I told him what I saw. And next thing you know, I got the colonel up there and he said, "What you got, Big Bear?" So he looks out over the area, looks through the BC scope. He said, "Let's call in some illumination so we can see a little better. Call it in low." So it dawned on me what he was talking about. And I called in low illumination over No Name Village, gave him the coordinates and the height that these flares would go off. And that night, we burnt down No Name Village. Well, the Viet Cong and the NVA were perplexed. They didn't know how to fight the Marines. As a matter of fact, after that first encounter on Catfish 2, there was a VC captured somewhere around the DMZ. And he had a note on him that referenced Chu Lai and the Marines around there. And the note basically was asking for instructions of how do we fight these Marines. It said, "They never run and they never smile." Well, I don't know about never smiling. I used to smile all the time. But that just shows you the frustration that the Viet Cong was experiencing after meeting with us. Now, I had a lot of really good Marines in my squad. There was Lance Corporal Esmahan, who had joined with the Scouts in Hawaii. He was an Arab, spoke fluent Arabic, and he became a good friend of mine. Tell you a little story about him. When we were in Hawaii, like I said, we used to play jokes on each other, especially the new guys. Well, Esmahan reported in, so we decided we were going to play a big joke on him. There he was standing there in his dress greens, and he was a Lance Corporal, and he'd made the Scouts. That was a real good achievement, as it was. So he was new, and we asked him if he had signed all his paperwork. And he thought about it, and he said, what paperwork? And we said, well, did you sign your masturbation papers? Well, of course he said no. So I was chosen to take him to the office so that he could sign his paperwork. Well, when we got in there, it was a big joke, and everybody kind of snickered and laughed when he said he was in there to sign his masturbation papers. But the CO didn't think that was funny, and he had heard us laughing out in the front of the office. So he came out, we all stood at attention. He said, well, I'll tell you what. He said, let's go over and see if the colonel has a copy of those papers for you. Well, my heart dropped to the bottom of the floor, and he proceeded to, the CO proceeded to march us over to the command post where Colonel Fisher was. We were marched in front of Colonel Fisher, who said, what are you doing here? And then, we explained that Esmahan had not signed his masturbation papers. So Colonel Fisher, in his infinite wisdom, decided to send us over to talk to General Kulak. Oh boy. I figured, well, there goes my entire Marine Corps career. So we were sent over to General Kulak's office. We walk into General Kulak's office, and when he found out what we were there for, he about had a fit. And instead of busting me like he probably should have, he just kicked us out of his office and sent us back. And all the way back over to the barracks, Esmahan was saying, but I haven't signed my masturbation papers. I told him, shut up. So we finally made it back, and that was a big joke. But Esmahan became a good friend of mine. And then there was Regner. Regner was German. He was from Germany, and he was spoke fluent German and French and a number of other languages. There was Byron Kinney. Byron Kinney was a corporal from, he lived in Texas for a while, and he lived in California for a while, and he was one tough Marine. And there was Mayfield. He was good with the radio. And then, of course, P.T. Scott that I told you about, and Don Johnson, my best friend, and some other Marines. I can't remember their names offhand. But I did want to tell you another thing about Esmahan. One time, well, it was the time I told you about when I first had command of the patrol that went out where we captured all the police force and the fire department and all them. That was my first time as a squad leader. And as we were leaving the CP area, Esmahan was stationed at a bunker that we passed at the entrance of the road that went into the CP. And as we walked down the road, he started playing the Marine Corps hymn on his harmonica. Something came over me, and I thought, I really believed, that that was the very last song I would ever hear in my life. But it wasn't, praise the Lord, and I just kept on going. And you know the rest of that story. Now I'd like to tell you a little bit about another thing that happened. We had some pets that we'd gathered here and there. One of them was a little dog that we called Sea Ration. And Sea Ration was a cute little thing and would follow us everywhere. He particularly liked me. I don't know why, but he did. And he would follow me around. And this happened at the time that I had mess duty. There were a number of other pets in the battalion. As a matter of fact, 155s that was stationed close to our tent had a pet python. And later on, they had a pet monkey. But word came down from headquarters to the battalion that all the pets had to be eliminated. We had to get rid of them one way or another. Now, the Vietnamese had a habit of eating dogs. So taking Sea Ration to, giving them to the Vietnamese was out of the question. And because of the fact that I was on mess duty and all the other scouts were on patrol or on duty somewhere, it fell on me to get rid of Sea Ration. This was the hardest thing I had to do in Vietnam. I did not want to hurt that dog, but I had orders. So I gathered up my courage. I took Sea Ration on top of a little mound of sand. I dug a hole. I put him inside that hole, and I had a lead pipe that, believe it or not, I put a towel around. I don't know why I did that. And this little dog faced away from me and cringed. It knew what was going to happen. It took me a little while, but I had to gather up a lot of courage. I hit that dog on the head and buried him quickly. And when I turned around and walked down the hill, there was Sergeant Klein. Sergeant Klein was in charge of the scouts at that time. And all he said to me was, "Darryl, you're a hell of a Marine." Oh, that meant a lot to me, and still I was very sad about what I just had to do. Now, the pet python, I'll tell you a story about that. When 155 by our tent, they used to take their pet and put it in our tent. So we had this python that would eat a lot of Sea Rations and whatever else we could feed it. It ate rats, which I was happy about. And so one day we took this python and we rolled it up and put it on P.T. Scott's rack and put a blanket over it. Well, Scott came out off patrol and he took off his backpack and everything and laid down on this rack, and he felt, it wasn't right. Got up, moved the blanket, screamed, and left the tent. He would not come back in there until we got rid of that snake. That was funny. Later on, we were in a kind of a bunker, and there were 4 of us in this bunker. And believe it or not, that was a rest period, because that meant 25% watch. One person had to stay awake all night. But since there were 4 of us, we got more sleep. Well, it was dusk and we wanted some water, so I told Scott to go back and fill the canteens. Went back into this tent, and I heard this horrible scream, and here comes Scott. The canteens went flying everywhere, and he dove headfirst into our bunker, into the foxhole line. He said, "I'm not going back in there. There's a monster. It attacked me." I said, "What?" So I got up out of the hole and walked over and picked up the canteens and walked in the tent. And I'm looking around, and it was dark in there. I didn't see anything. And then all of a sudden, this thing jumped on my shoulder and grabbed my face. Well, at first, it really startled me. I was just as scared as Scott was. Then I realized what it was. It was a pet monkey. Well, what had happened was this monkey was tied up to a pole, and it had got himself wrapped around the pole. So I unwrapped the monkey, kept it on my shoulder, got the water in the canteens, and walked back into the foxhole with Scott and the other guys. Scott went to the other side of the bunker as far as he could get. He said, "Take that thing out of here." Well, I kept the monkey in the bunker, and Scott stayed awake all night. That was kind of funny. And speaking of things that were funny, one time we were playing cards. We used to play cards, like on the rack to just pass the time, not for real money. We didn't have any real money. The money that we did have, though, was, we used to call it funny money. And it looked really weird. It did not look like American money. It had a picture of a girl on it and a girl's face. I'll show you pictures of it here. Anyway, we were playing with Monopoly money. And, just not betting for real, but just betting big bucks, $100 here, $100 there. And then this kid came up with a bicycle, and he had beer in the bicycle. Well, we didn't have any money. So I'm sitting there and I'm thinking, I threw a $20 Monopoly money bill at Don Johnson. I said, "Here, go buy us some beer." Well, John picked up the money. I was kidding. I was really kidding. But John picked up the money, he looked at it, and he went outside, and pretty soon all these kids came up with all this beer. And it dawned on us that they didn't know the difference between Monopoly money and our funny money. They thought it was real. Well, that started something. The word got out, and pretty soon everybody was buying stuff with Monopoly money. As a matter of fact, my wife's first husband, who was a major in Vietnam, flew Hueys, sent home for Monopoly money. Anyway, how we got caught was a Viet Cong was killed in an ambush, and he had stacks of Monopoly money to take to North Vietnam and exchange it for American money. We almost busted the entire Vietnamese economy with that little trick. But the regiment, of course, came down and said, "Don't do that anymore." So we stopped doing that. But everybody was doing it. Now, I've told you about eating sea rations and how we used to, make up different recipes and all that. That's when we had sea rations. But sometimes we'd go on patrol and we'd only carry enough sea rations for maybe 1 or 2 days. And it might be a 4-day patrol. That's 4 days in and 4 days out. So a lot of times we'd run out of sea rations. One time, I can remember getting so hungry that I actually ate the instant coffee, paper and all, that came in these little sea ration packs. And then there was another time that we actually had found some North Vietnamese chow and it was kind of like the first MREs. You see, they'd had their C rations wrapped up in a kind of a plastic bag, and all you had to do was add hot water, and mostly it was rice and fish. But I can remember eating those MREs, and they were just as good as ours almost. Shortly after we first got to Vietnam and had set up the command post on the other side of the tracks, I was told to go with the corpsman to the Chu Lai New Life hamlet, which was the village that was set up by the Seabees. When we got there, it was just he and I. A Vietnamese man led us to the outside of the village where there was a little girl that was laying alongside the rice paddy. She had been shot through the hip. She couldn't have been more than 5 or 6 years old. I picked her up and carried her into the village, and we found a hut that we went into, and I laid her down on a cot, and of course the corpsman went to work right away. I asked the corpsman how she was, if she was going to make it. The corpsman looked up at me and said, well, she's going to make it, but she'll never have babies. Now that kind of hit me like a ton of bricks. Then the Vietnamese man that we first met took me to where we had first picked the girl up. And across the rice paddies, just on the other side, I was looking for where the shot may have come from. And I knew it didn't come from us. But in the grass on the other side of these rice paddies was something, all I can describe it as is like a crop circle. There was these characters that were pushed down in the rice on the side of this little knoll that looked like what you'd call crop circles, but they were in the shape of Chinese characters. Now, nobody could tell me what those characters meant, what they said, but I'll never forget that. I went back to the place where I had taken the little girl, and the corpsman had already contacted somebody to come and get her and take her to the hospital. There was another time that I was on a mountain, and I couldn't tell you today where it was, but it was a rocky hill, and it was, I guess around noon or so, and there was another friend of mine that was a sniper. He was a Marine sniper, but he didn't use a sniper rifle. What he was armed with was a 50 caliber, looked like a machine gun with a scope mounted on it. And he was positioned in this rocky crevice. You had to kind of get yourself into a weird position to sit behind this machine gun that was pointed in the direction of a village that had to be over 1,000 yards away. Anyway, I walked over and I was talking to him, and he had looked through his scope every now and then, and they had hot coffee. It was the first time that we'd had hot coffee on top of this hill. So I asked him if he'd like to go get some hot coffee and I'd take his place. And he said, sure. So he got up out of his position. I got down into it, and I looked through the scope, and the sniper gave me a couple of instructions about how to shoot that machine gun if I had to. And so he went up and got some coffee. Well, I started looking through the scope, And I noticed something moving in this village. Now, there shouldn't have been anything in this village. It was one of those places that we had cleared out a long time before. But I saw this thing moving and couldn't hardly tell what it was. And then the more I looked at it, the more I realized that what I was looking at was a man. It looked like he was carrying a radio that had a whip antenna. Now, this was a Vietnamese. I thought he was a Viet Cong. And so I motioned to the lieutenant to take a look, and he came over and looked through his binoculars. And he said, "Take the shot." Well, I turned around, and my buddy was standing there with his coffee, and he said, "Go ahead, Bill, take the shot." So I looked through the scope and aimed in carefully, and I fired this 50 caliber rifle. Well, whatever it was out there stopped moving. I couldn't see him anymore. So the lieutenant got some Marines together. They took a patrol and went down and went across the rice paddies and went into this village. And they called back, and they said that they found the body of an old man that was carrying a pile of sticks. And one particular stick he had was kind of stuck in it, and it looked like he had been carrying a radio with a whip antenna. They estimated that the shot was over 1,000 yards. I'd hit him in the head. That was a heck of a shot, but he never felt it. And to this day, I pray that he was a Viet Cong. At any rate, he should not have been where he was. You know, I think that some people were just born funny. Case in point is P.T. Scott. Now, P.T. Scott kept us in stitches most of the time. He would just do things that were hilarious. And his expressions and his reactions were really funny. Now, one time we were on a patrol by the airstrip, and it was at night. And at night, when you're walking through sand dunes, everything in the front of you looks level. But when you're walking in them, it goes up and down, and, you know, it's not easy to walk through sand dunes at night. And I saw this big bush ahead of us, and Scott was the point that night on patrol. And I watched him go up on top of the sand dune by this bush, and then all of a sudden it was like he just disappeared. I didn't see him, and I didn't hear him. And I thought, oh, brother, what happened now? So I got to the top of this sand dune, and of course when you're on patrol in Vietnam, you don't want to make a lot of noise, you know. And I heard this voice. It was saying, "Help, help." Well, I got crawled a little closer to the edge of this big bush, and I realized that on the other side of this bush was like a huge 10-foot hole, and at the bottom of the hole was P.T. Scott. He said, "Get me out of here." So it took us a while to get him out of that hole. I had to put my rifle down and have him grab onto it so we could pull him out. And there was another time we were coming back off of patrol, and this time Scott was the rear point. He was the last guy on the patrol. And we were coming down a dry, rocky riverbed. Had a lot of rocks in it, and there were a lot of boulders and stuff on both sides. And I knew where we were on the map. So I thought, oh, look, I think we can get around this huge boulder that was on my right and climb up above that and get on a road that engineers had just built like the day before. So I worked my way around this boulder, and I took the rest of the patrol, and we all climbed around this boulder and got on top of the hill, and I started counting heads, and there was one missing. So I took Don Johnson. I said, where's Scott? And we went back down around the side of this boulder, and when we got to the bottom, there were bushes on both sides that we had gone through, and we heard this. Oh. Oh. Hey, you guys. Hey. And John and I stood there and watched for a while, and there was Scott, and he would back up and run as hard as he could and grab onto the boulder and try to climb it. He thought we had gone up that way. Well, of course we hadn't. So after watching him for a couple of minutes, I said, Scott. And he about fell out. And then I took him around to the boulder and took him to the top. And, he would do just hilarious things like that. One time, I positioned myself on the side of a hill. Now, there were bushes all around me and behind me, but in front of me, I had a clear field of view. I could see everything all the way into the jungle. It was a good spot. And so I broke out some sea rations, and I was sitting there eating my dinner. It was dusk. And I heard somebody talking behind me. And what they said was this: "Did you hear that?" And I realized it was a lieutenant. He had just gotten there. It was a young lieutenant. He said, listen. Well, I was listening. I thought he had heard something. Actually, I think it was me. So this lieutenant threw a baseball grenade. Now, the baseball grenade hit the bush behind me and went off. And I hollered, "Hey!" after a few other things. And I think when a baseball grenade goes off, this was relatively new grenade to Vietnam, it has these little serrated pieces of wire on the inside. And I'm sure I caught a couple of pieces of that wire, because later on in life, I had these pieces of wire started working out, and I went to the doctor and they operated on my back, and sure enough, they took out a little piece of shrapnel. And that's the only time I can remember that I was possibly hit by a frag grenade or parts of it. It didn't really hurt me all that badly at the time. Matter of fact, I didn't even realize I was hit. Busted my eardrums, though, and I was bleeding from the ears, and that caused a great deal of discomfort. But I didn't go to sick bay. I just, kind of shrugged it off. And I didn't even know if my back had been bleeding at all. I was actually hurt a lot worse than I thought, because when I was in my 40s, I went to the hospital and had a piece of shrapnel removed from my kidney. Saddle up. That meant get all your gear and let's go. Heard that thousands of times. I remember another time on patrol with Sergeant Klein, and it had been raining. We were coming back to our area. We were somewhere, oh, I don't know, a click away or something like that. And all of a sudden, it started raining real hard. So we put our ponchos on, and we kept going back toward our area. And then something went off. It was a mortar round. It was one of our mortar rounds. And it was close, but it was on the other side of this little hill. So we got down and waited. Pretty soon another mortar round dropped. And this time it dropped on the other side of us. One was on the other side of this little hill. The other was on the other side of this rice paddy. And I thought that rather strange, because what I initially thought was that 81 mortars had ordered to, hit some VC that could have been on the other side of this hill. Anyway, pretty soon 2 more mortar shells dropped, and they were closer. And all of a sudden I realized what was happening. They were bracketing us. That is, putting one a little bit closer to where they thought the enemy was. The only problem was they thought we were the enemy. I remember getting up to Sergeant Klein and saying, hey, you got to tell them to cease fire. Pretty soon another couple of mortars dropped, and that was real close. And I'm going to tell you something. You don't want to be close to an 81 mortar when it goes off. Fortunately, this was on top of a hill, and we were like on the military crest. Not at the top, not at the bottom, but kind of in between. And the blast went over our heads. So we grabbed the radio and hollered for them to cease fire, and they did. We dodged the bullet on that one. Well, like I told you before, Vietnam was really hot. And I remember one time I was on top of this hill. We had no shade at all. And the water in our canteens was hot, flavored with halazone. And we'd been up there for some time, and a chopper landed to kind of resupply us up there. And they were throwing off cases of sea rats and stuff like that. And I'll never forget this guy, never. He was a gunner. And like I said, we didn't have anything cold. And it was right miserable. Well, this guy, just before the chopper took off, threw me a cold orange. Now that was really something. It was a cold, ice cold orange. He must have got it from, I don't know, the cooler back there where he got in his chopper or something. Anyway, I had that orange, and it was like a piece of gold in my hand, and I shared it with 3 other scouts that were on top of the hill with me. So the 4 of us feasted on that very cold orange. Now, another thing about those choppers, sometimes when they would take off from the top of a mountain, they wouldn't go straight up. They would kind of go up and then go down and then go up again. And there was another time that a resupply chopper had landed up there on the hill, and I was kind of down on the military crest, which is not the top of the hill, it's not the bottom, it's kind of in between. And I looked up, and the chopper was above me, and it took off and dipped, and the wheel of that chopper hit me right on top of the head. Fortunately, I was wearing my helmet, and right on top of the helmet that I was wearing was a great big, looked like a skid mark. And I looked up and I saw the wheel of this chopper kind of turn a little bit, and it had just bounced off my head. That was quite of an experience. Now, these experiences that I'm relating are in no way in a chronological order. It's just kind of how I remember things. You know, one thing will lead to another. Anyway, I'll tell you about another thing that happened. One time, I was manning a bunker with another Marine, and the day before, we had set up a 55-gallon drum on the side of a hill that was overlooking this valley that had a lot of concertina wire in it. We had been penetrated for a week or two before this Marine and I took over this bunker. And so we took this 55-gallon drum and we made what's called flue gas. Now, flue gas is a kind of a combination of anything that will burn, like kerosene or jet fuel or, you know, fuel for tanks or whatever we could find. And we filled this thing up. You know, we also put soap flakes in it. Now, the soap flakes would burn and stick, kind of like a napalm. Anyway, we had set this stuff up, and I put a claymore on this 55-gallon drum and ran wire from the claymore back to my bunker. And that night, while we fixed up our bunker, I had my hand grenades all lined up nice and neat, sitting on the sandbags. I had 2 sticks in the sandbags that gave me a field of fire, you know, put one on the right, one on the left, rifle in the center, and I didn't want to shoot beyond this radius I had made. It was rather neat. And we had our bunker really camouflaged well. It was about 1:30 in the morning, something like that. And we heard something on the wire. Now, what we did also on this concertina wire was take empty sea ration cans and put rocks in them so that if anything disturbed them, they'd make a sound. We heard this sound coming from the concertina wire. So I told my buddy that was in the hole with me, I said, look, you hit that flare, and we had pop-up flares. You hit that flare and I'll hit the flue gas. And he said, okay. So he shot the flare up and I hit the flue gas, and that stuff spread all over the bottom of that valley. It was quite a sight. But then something else happened. This flame came over our heads, actually burnt the sea bags where I'd put all my grenades and everything, and it was rather hot. So we grabbed our helmets and rifles and ran out of that bunker to the top of this little hill, and I took my head and ran it right into the bottom of a flame tank that had moved up behind us that we didn't know was there. And this flame tank, when I set off the flue gas, opened fire. Now I had these flames going on top of us, and that was very interesting. The next day we had a couple of crispy critters on the wire. They had tried to penetrate us. What the VC would do, a lot of times, we learned this the hard way, actually. The Marines would set out claymores in front of their position. Now, a claymore is set so that it looks like a half-moon mine, and the round portion has this side toward the enemy stamped on it, and that's the side you want to put away from you. Thousands of little ball bearings will fly through the air. Well, the VC got smart And they would come up and take the claymores and turn them around facing our positions, and then they would go down and rattle the wire. The Marines would set off the claymores, and claymores were facing them. It was August 18th, 1965. We got the word to saddle up, and we mounted helicopters, that is, hotel company did, and we flew south from Chu Lai. When we got to our destination, we saw poles. They were long poles that were stuck in the ground in the rice paddy. We'd never seen them before. When the helicopters got close, they blew the poles over, and the poles blew up. These were helicopter booby traps. We came under fire right away. And when we landed, we took cover behind the rice paddy dikes, and we had landed right in the middle of a regiment of NVA. And we took casualties right away. When we shot at the huts that we received fire from, these were just grass huts, so we thought. But when the grenades hit, blew the grass off, and these were cement bunkers. Well, we found them, finally. This is what we had been waiting for. A real confrontation with the enemy. And we were up for it. We'd been waiting a long time to meet these guys, and they had no idea what they were facing. The actual battle lasted about 3 days. There was several acts of bravery that I witnessed, and one of them was Joe C. Paul. Now, Joe C. Paul was a good Marine. He was what we referred to as a good field Marine. In garrison, well, you remember I told you about the Marines that didn't like Hawaii and would go on liberty and sometimes get in trouble? Well, that was J.C. Paul. But on this day, he proved to be the best of all of us. The magnificent bastards were ready for battle, and we showed the VC and the NVA just that. There were hundreds of NVA killed in that battle. I recently saw a video on the internet that talked about Starlight. That's what this battle was called. The narrator on that video said that the Marines were inexperienced, and we relied on naval gunfire and airstrikes. But we didn't rely on naval gunfire and airstrikes, although we used them, and we were far from inexperienced. We'd been in Vietnam long enough to know the enemy, and we met him head on. All the enemy could do was run. That's the ones that survived. We also captured quite a few. It was, I guess, a couple of weeks later that we finally did our mop-up. Yeah, we took a lot of casualties. Hotel company became known as hospital company after that. The helicopters, of course, took as many wounded as they could. And Echo Company had brought up the tanks. We actually used tanks as medevac vehicles. And I'd like to tell you another thing about gratitude for, and that is Bull Fisher. Colonel J.R. Bull Fisher walked upright on the rice paddy dike, looking out over the battle, calling in support. And Marines were down behind the rice paddy dike hollering for him to get down, but he didn't. He faced the enemy and showed immense courage and leadership. I'll never forget him. I'll always honor his memory. And the magnificent bastards proved that we were just that. No, we weren't inexperienced Marines. In the first place, the fellow that said that doesn't know two things. He doesn't know anything about the United States Marine Corps, and he doesn't know anything about the magnificent bastards. At any rate, Starlight was a memory I will never forget. Well, I knew that a lot of us were killed in action. A lot more of us were wounded in action. And the enemy lost several hundred. But I didn't know what the end result, the final figures were. That's probably because final figures didn't mean anything to me. These were my friends. These were fellow Marines. They said that there were 45 killed in action, 200 wounded. That's the ones that were physically wounded, and close to 700 VC and NVA were killed in that battle. We felt that all we had to do after Starlight was clean up Vietnam. The enemy was on the run. For us, the war was almost over. While there was talk about us being home for Thanksgiving. We had sent letters home and made plans, and we really thought that Starlight was the end of the major conflicts in Vietnam. But like I said before, things changed. I think that's when the bureaucrats and the congressmen started to micromanage the war in Vietnam. They came out with free fire zones and other stupid, idiotic ways of fighting this war. They tied our hands. The enemy was on the run. We could have cleaned up the rest of Vietnam in short order. I wrote a poem once, and the last lines go like this. The war was lost there at the end because of lice and congressmen. Brian Kinney got a newspaper article from the States. It had to do with war protesters in Berkeley, California. It pissed us all off. We had thought that we were going to be sent back home, go back to the States around, Thanksgiving, Christmas. We thought basically the war was drawn to an end, that we had won after Starlight. Of course, that wasn't the case. But it wasn't the case because of congressmen. Anyway, like I said, Brian Kinney, who was in my squad at the time, received word about Berkeley, and he wrote a letter to some of his friends in Southern California. And a couple months later, he got a letter back. What I didn't know at the time was that Brian Kinney was a vice president of a group of Hells Angels in Oakland, California. And those folks in California rode up to Berkeley and made our feelings known. You see, we had planned to go to Berkeley, California, the whole battalion, armed with entrenching tools and rifle stocks. Those people at Berkeley don't know how lucky they were that they didn't send us home at that time. You see, Starlight happened in August, and by the time the letters got back and forth, the Hells Angels rode to Berkeley in October. But that's how it happened. It was Brian Kinney kind of sending a letter and requesting action be taken against those war protesters. But we had more work to do, and we did it. Well, after Starlight, the battalion had to be reinforced. We'd lost too many. And Bull Fisher thought of something else. You see, the scouts, only 12 of us at the time, were the eyes and ears of the battalion. We were the guys that would go out in front of battalion operation or, a company-sized patrol, and we were the pathfinders. We took the Marines to where we had to go. And Bull Fisher decided to beef up the scouts. So he created a new unit of Marines, and he called us Raiders. Instead of 12 scouts, we were now a unit of 30 Marines. There were 3 squads of 10 men with a platoon sergeant. Our CO was the major who was in charge of S2, which was the intelligence part of the battalion. So our chain of command was like this. There were 3 squad leaders, each one of us corporals, a sergeant, a platoon sergeant, and the major, and then the colonel. And what the Raiders were supposed to do, our mission, was to be shock troops. We were used as shock troops. We would go into a village, we'd hit them hard, and then a company would follow. We'd go in and get out fast. We were also used as battalion intelligence. And like I told you, the enemy was on the run, so this sort of tactic was not unheard of. We would go out in a 10-man patrol, break up into 5 2-man teams, go in different directions, and then come back in a different area and be picked up by a chopper. This was called hunter-killer patrols. And our mission was to gather as much combat intelligence as we could. The Raider platoon was made up mostly of Corporal E4s and all these guys were volunteers, and they were all specialized. You know, they were like the best of the best. They were machine gunners, snipers, and scouts, and radio operators, and oh yeah, we had a corpsman too. Well, we would go on patrols. I spent more time in the jungle than I ever did back at the base camp. Another thing we did was move our base camp from the other side of the tracks to the beach area. And we got some hardback tents. We were actually living off the ground. Our living conditions at the beach were a whole lot better than how we had been living months before. Our tents were not far from Amtraks that had been stationed at the beach facing the ocean. And I remember one time, Corporal Daniels and I decided we were going to go swimming. But the reason why was because a typhoon had come in, and being former body surfers in Hawaii, that meant that surf was up and we could have a good time. We were wrong. We went swimming all right, got out there in the ocean, and got in a riptide. Daniels and I were taken out to sea, so far out to sea that we couldn't see land. But the reason why we couldn't see land mostly was because of the waves. We were in some very erratic ocean, and it took a while for us to get back. By the time I got back, I couldn't walk. I looked back to where Daniels was, and he was still out there, and I could see him. I started back out toward him, and he waved me back in. I'm glad I did go back in. I waited for him, and finally I helped him out. The very next day, 2 Marines from Amtraks went swimming in the same place that we had gone, and they didn't make it. I remember another thing that happened during that time that was kind of pleasant. There were not a lot of pleasant things that happened in Vietnam, but this was one of them. You see, I had always loved folk music. Peter, Paul, and Mary, the Brothers Four, Kinston Trio, that kind of stuff. And once I was going through this ville in Anton, and I bought a guitar. Now, I don't think I paid more than $5 American for it, but it was a nice guitar. It was hand carved and really pretty, and it had these catgut strings on it, you know, like a folk guitar. I didn't know anything about how to play a guitar at the time, but Brian Kenny came to the rescue, and he showed me 3 chords. They were Spanish chords, and that's all I knew. But sometimes when I was sitting on the beach or looking over the ocean next to Amtraks, I would start to play this song. It's called Greensleeves, and I would just pluck it on my guitar. So at night in Vietnam, on the beach at Chu Lai, you could hear the song being played. I wish I still had that guitar. Now, we had a opportunity to save money. Instead of getting paid, you know, on a regular paycheck, I just let it ride from month to month. I built up a pretty good amount of money that way. And regiment which I only visited like once or twice, had a PX. That's a post exchange. And once I went in the post exchange and I had drawn some money out and I wanted a really nice watch. So I think I paid about $300, which was a lot of money in those days for a young corporal, for a Rolex watch. I didn't have that watch more than a week. And I was on patrol once and climbing this hill, and it was raining real hard, and the hill was real muddy. And just as we got about halfway up the hill, there was a Marine in front of me, and he would, take 2 steps up and slide back, and I'd do the same thing. And all of a sudden, rounds started hitting around us. There was a sniper, a VC sniper that was shooting at us. Well, that made us move a little faster, and then I looked up, I saw that he had gotten hit in the leg. Well, it didn't seem to hurt him at all. He just kept right on going. We got all the way to the top of the hill, and I told this Marine, I said, "Hey, you're hit." And he said, "I am?" I said, "Yeah, your leg." He looked down and saw it bleeding, and he screamed, "Ah!" and fell down all the way down the bottom of the hill. And I had to go down and get him. And on my way back, carrying this Marine who just found out he'd been hit, I lost my Rolex, and I stepped on it in the mud and buried it. And it's still there. I had plans to go back and find it, but not with a guy shooting at me, so I guess Vietnam got a really nice Rolex watch. Then in October 1965, I had come back off patrol, went into the CP tent because it was raining real hard. I just got some hot chow for the first time in several weeks, and I was dripping wet. The colonel called me over, and I thought he was going to give me orders. This was Colonel Fisher. I thought he was going to give me orders for my next patrol because we had to turn right around and go right back out. So he said, "Come here, Big Bear." And I went over and saw him, and I said, "Yes, sir." And he put something in the typewriter, typed it out, signed it, folded it in half, and put it in my mouth. You see, I had my hands full of a rifle and all my gear and my hot chow, and didn't have any more room for anything, so he put it between my teeth. So I walked out of the CP tent back out in the rain. Don Johnson was standing outside, and I motioned to him. I said, "Oh." And Don Johnson took the paper out of my mouth. And I said, "Okay, what do we got to do now?" And he said, "Hey," he said, "you've just been promoted to corporal." I said, "No." He said, "Yeah," and he read it to me. It was my corporal warrant. I got promoted meritoriously to corporal in Vietnam, in the field. I've never been so proud of any other promotion that I ever received. We went on lots of patrols, like I said, and spent most of my time in the bush, in the jungle, in Vietnam, living outside, no shelter, just laying out on the ground, mostly in an ambush, because at night that's what we would set up. I can remember walking on patrol one night, and this was like in the evening, and I was coming down this rice paddy, and a huge water buffalo stepped out and faced me. I just happened to be on the point of the patrol, and everybody else was behind me at the time. So I'm standing there looking at this huge water buffalo, and the water buffalo decides that he doesn't like me, and he starts pounding on the ground with his huge hoof. But I wasn't too much afraid of the water buffalo. You see, I was armed. What did scare me, though, was the fact that everybody behind me put a round in the chamber. And so I was standing there facing this wild buffalo, and all these guys standing behind me had loaded their rifles, and I thought they were going to shoot through me to hit the water buffalo. So I was more afraid of what they were going to do than what this water buffalo had in mind to do, when all of a sudden, out comes this little kid, grabs the water buffalo, and takes him away. Well, that taught me a lesson. I looked back at those guys, and yeah, we had a big laugh about that. Now, when we got back off patrol, a lot of times we'd go in while it was still dark, go back to our area, and sometimes it was like on top of a hill. We'd go out several clicks, come around, and come back in. Well, the VC had a habit of attaching onto our patrol and walking in right behind us. So what we would do is the first guy or the second guy, whatever, usually the squad leader, would step aside and count heads as they went past. You see, it was dark, and sometimes you just couldn't tell the enemy from the Marines. You just had to count heads. So it was on one of these patrols. I had stepped aside, and I stepped into this bush, and I started counting heads of all these Marines that were passing me that had been on patrol. And I noticed something right away. I had stepped into an anthill of fire ants. Now, these aren't just your normal, everyday garden variety fire ant. These are Vietnamese fire ants. And they ate my butt. I couldn't make a noise. I couldn't move. I had to stay where I was, or my own guys could have shot me. And I had to just grin and bear it. Well, speaking about mean critters in Vietnam, I'd like to say a couple of words about some other guys I ran across. Going on patrol in the jungle was not glamorous or something desirable. It was triple thick canopy jungle, and you stayed wet 90% of the time, either by the rain or simply walking through a lot of creeks that sometimes was over your head. But one of the guys that I ran across a lot were leeches. Now, leeches would get on you, and a lot of times you wouldn't even know they were there, and you'd feel this little lump and they'd swell up. Sometimes it would itch, and the only way you get them off is sometimes with a cigarette, burn them off. But I've got some information for anybody that wants to destroy a leech. Please do not try to put a leech down on a rock and stamp on it. I did that and about hurt myself. You see, those things are kind of like, stepping on a slick piece of hard rubber. You can't kill them by stamping on them. They're thick, or about as big around as your finger, and the best thing to do is just get them off you and throw them away. Another critter I had the misfortune to meet in Vietnam were rats. Now, rats in Vietnam sometimes were as big as little dogs here in the States. One time, I was sitting by the trash dump there, headquarters 2-4, while we were still on the other side of the tracks. I was writing a letter home, and I saw this rat in the trash. And without thinking about it, I drew my K-bar, flipped it in the air, caught the blade, threw the K-bar at the rat, and stuck it perfectly, killing it instantly. Then I went back to writing my letter like I do this sort of thing every day. It just so happened that the Tung Wee Lich, who was our interpreter, saw what I did, and he walked over and pulled the knife out and gave it back to me. He said, "Wow." I probably couldn't have done that in the next 100 years. Now, there was another time that I was laying in my rack in the tent, and Don Johnson was sitting in his rack. It was right next to mine, and I felt something moving on my back. I had a blanket over me and no shirt on, and I thought it was a spider. And I told John, I said, "John, when I roll away, you kill the spider." And he said, "Okay." So he got something in his hand. I don't know, it was rolled up paper or something like that. Something you'd kill an insect with. And I felt this thing, and it just moved off my back, and I rolled out of the way and looked up, and I saw Don Johnson, and he had stood up and froze in a position of where he had his arm in the air ready to strike this thing, but he froze and stopped, and his eyes got real big. I looked at my rack, and there it was, a huge rat. Well, the rat looked up at John and looked over at me and just walked off, jumped off the edge of my rack and left the tent. Well, there were a lot more critters than those, like spiders and snakes and bats, monkeys, and all kinds of weird things out there. And I ran across most of them. Now, once we were told that because of the fact that we went on patrol around the Ho Chi Minh Trail and in the mountains and throughout the jungle, we were supposed to be on the lookout for tigers. And the reason why was because we found out that an Army Special Forces soldier was almost eaten by one, and he managed to kill it. I met this same fella a few years later, and he told me that what happened was they were on an ambush, and he was laying down. He felt something tug at his leg, and he said that he thought it was another soldier that was close to him, and then he turned around and looked, and he saw this gigantic tiger who had grabbed onto his pant leg and was pulling him out of the area. And of course, he turned around and unloaded everything he had on this tiger, killed it. But that's the kind of jungle that we were in. Oh, we also ran across elephants. I was going to tell you about that later, Operation Double Eagle. I'm getting ahead of myself. I'd like to tell you about some other guys that were later assigned to the Raider platoon. One of them in particular, he was the last guy I had in my squad, and I think I called him New York because that's where he was from. He was a college kind of kid and had never been in Vietnam. How he got in the Raiders, I don't know. Anyway, this guy was kind of green, And the first patrol I took him on, I gave him an M79. Now, an M79 is probably, the M79 man has probably the safest position on the patrol, behind the radio man and the squad leader, who was me, and kind of kept an eye on him. Well, he decided to load the M79. Now, you're not really supposed to load this thing till you're ready to use it. And on an M79, the trigger guard has a little clip that you can actually push the trigger guard out of the way to expose the trigger. And I guess they did that for guys that wear gloves. Anyway, he decided to play with his M79 while we're on patrol. He pushed the trigger guard aside. Of course, it was loaded. Then he held it like a shotgun, and hitting the trigger, the M79 went off, and the round from the M79 bounced along the trail that we were on and landed right next to me. Now, an M79 round is not supposed to detonate. It doesn't charge until it's like, I think, if I remember right, 4 foot away from the end of the barrel. This thing hit the ground, not 2 feet away, and just bounced along the trail. It didn't go off, thank God, or I wouldn't be making this little video that I'm making right now. That was one time. Then there was another time, the same guy was in a bunker, and he was in the bunker next to my bunker. And my bunker was, away from him. And we heard something on the wire, and we hit a pop-up flare. And he hit his pop-up flare, but he aimed it in the wrong direction, and that pop-up flare ended up in my bunker. Well, the same guy, during Operation Double Eagle, walked over to me, tapped me on the shoulder, and said in a quiet voice, "I think there's a grenade over there." Of course, I hollered grenade because that's what you're supposed to do, and everybody got down and it went off. Fortunately, nobody was hit. And yeah, it was a Chi-Com that some Viet Cong had thrown at us. And I got real mad at this guy because I told him, you're supposed to holler grenade so we can get down, not just come over and tell me you think there's one over there. I said a few things to him. Later on, that guy became a lieutenant colonel in the Marine Corps. Another little interesting fact that a lot of people don't know. I know that there have been pictures of soldiers and Marines with a ace of spades stuck in their helmets. And a lot of folks don't realize what's significant about that. You see, we learned early on that the Viet Cong were very, very superstitious. And this, I guess, came from the Vietnamese themselves, who told us that if you come across a dead VC and you put the ace of spades in his mouth or somewhere close by on his body, that when his comrades come to get him, they will be very afraid. Had something to do with the afterlife and their superstition. So we all started carrying the ace of spades. And that was the reason. It was a kind of a psychological warfare that we were dealing with, and we dealt with throughout Vietnam. Anything that we could find out about the enemy and what they believed and what they thought that we could use against them, we did. I think it was sometime in October, a friend of mine and I got separated from the rest of the squad, and we were on a hunter-killer patrol trying to gather as much intelligence as we could. And when we came across a large body of Viet Cong that were slyly moving down this trail, my buddy and I got down in this bush close to the trail, and there were a lot of VC. So we just stayed there in one spot. We saw the chopper come down on the hill that we were supposed to be picked up on, and we watched them take off with the rest of our squad. We stayed there all night. The next morning, the VC had moved down the trail, and it looked like the end of the unit. So we got up out of the bush, ran across the trail and up this side of this mountain when we saw two more come out. I think that what they were called as a connecting file. You see, there was a large group of VC, and then two, and then another large group behind them. When we saw those two, we shot at them and continued to run up the side of the hill. Got up to the top and ran down the other side. And as we came down into the this rice paddy area, we saw the Marines off in the distance, and that was, I think, part of Echo Company. Echo Company had gone out looking for us. Of course, when we finally made it to Echo Company, we were able to call in close air support, and they found the enemy that we had seen the night before. Well, we didn't stick with Echo Company. They went across that mountain to, I guess, count the bodies of what the Phantoms had taken care of. And we continued on. I knew where Route 1 was, so we made our way to Route 1 and caught a ride on an Amtrak and made it all the way back to the CP area. At that time, we were on the beach. And as soon as I got to our area, the Marines that were in my squad saw me, and they were real happy to see me, but their morale was kind of low. And I said, "What happened?" Well, we had a new platoon sergeant. He had just taken over as the platoon sergeant of the Raider platoon, and he was I think a staff sergeant or gunnery sergeant. I can't remember at the time, but at any rate, we were told, my buddy and I, that he wanted to see us right now. So we went to the staff NCO tent, and that was the first time I ran into this sergeant. He started to chew me out, told me that we were missing in action, and there was a telegram sent to our parents, and the major wanted to see us right now at the S2 tent. So we didn't say a whole lot to this fella. Oh, by the way, we came to find out that the reason why the morale was low among the scouts and the raiders was because this guy had given our beer ration, which we got like 2 beers a day, to the officers. Well, we were marched down to the S2 tent. When the major saw us, he came out and started to smile and ran over to us and said, "Darrow, I'm glad to see you. You did a great job." And then he proceeded to tell us that we had called in airstrikes on a large number of VC who they were then counting the bodies of. And he proceeded to say that we had done a really fine job. And then that sergeant that chewed us out turned to the major and he said, "Yes, sir, I was just telling them what a fine job they had done." That's when I knew we were in serious trouble. The major asked me, he said, "What can I do for you?" And I told the major about the beer ration, and I asked him if my Marines could come back and get their beer. He said, "Oh, absolutely. It's stored right over there." And he pointed to the location. I just looked at that sergeant. Didn't say anything to him. Went back to the tent, and I sent the Marines back to get their beer. Well, that was the first time that our paths crossed. Shortly thereafter, we went on a few patrols, and then something odd happened. We were sent to this village, my squad, my 10-man squad, and a corpsman, and this sergeant, who was a platoon sergeant at the time, and we were called a CAP group, Combined Action Program. We were supposed to go live in the Ville and win the minds and hearts of the people. That's all we knew. we didn't have any other direction outside of the fact that we were supposed to work with the popular forces in the village. The popular forces was kind of like an Army Reserve unit. We went to this village as the CAP group and lived there for a couple of weeks. One of the things that happened was kind of funny. The village chief invited me to have dinner with him and his family. So Don Johnson and I decided we were going to go, accept the invitation. Went to the village hut, and we were sitting there, and the chief came out, and he was all happy, and placed in front of us this thing that kind of looked like a coaster. You put your glass on. It was made of rice, and it was real fancy. It was stamped, pretty. And we were told to eat it. Well, I took a bite of this thing, and I looked at Don Johnson, and he looked at me, and he bit down on it. And we both agreed that this was the worst tasting concoction of I don't know what that we had ever put in our mouths. But we smiled and shook our heads and thanked the chief for his allowing us to have dinner with him and his family. Of course, all the kids in the village were standing around looking at us, and they laughed. To this day, I don't know if we were supposed to eat that or put something on it. There was another thing that happened that wasn't so funny. The first day we got there, one of my Marines came up to me and he said, that PF over there stole my poncho. I said, "He stole your poncho?" He said, "Yeah, he just came over and took it." And so I went over to the lieutenant in charge of the PFs, and I told him, I said, "One of your men just stole a poncho from one of my men." Well, this lieutenant, I'll never forget him. He went over and grabbed that poor young Vietnamese Popular Forces private and smacked him around, then pulled a .45, and I thought for sure he was going to shoot him. And he would have. And I stepped in and said, "Hey, wait a minute, let him keep the poncho. We'll get another poncho." And this lieutenant let me know in no uncertain terms that they will not put up with anybody stealing from us. And it took me a while to talk him out of shooting this guy. But he ended up not shooting him. And the young Vietnamese gave the poncho back to my man. And I was glad to see that. Now, one of the things that we did with the Popular Forces in that village was go on patrol with them. I was with them one time, and we were going into this other village, and I had knelt down on a rice paddy. I was like the point. I knelt down and looked into this village. And two of the popular forces ran around me and up to this gate. It was made out of bamboo. One of them opened the gate, and the gate blew up and killed both of them. And a piece of bamboo from that gate flipped through the air and hit me right in the middle of my forehead. Knocked me down. Well, I got up. I was fine outside of getting knocked down by that little piece of bamboo. I didn't think that, it was hurt all that bad. So I got up and we went through that village. Nothing else happened. Got all the way to the other side. And somebody said, "Bill, you're bleeding." I reached up. I thought I was sweating. And I reached up and felt a large gash in my forehead. Well, it didn't hurt at all. It's kind of numb, as a matter of fact. But there was a large gash up there, so I took my T-shirt and I wrapped my head. And it was kind of like, I felt like a Revolutionary War soldier. I know you've seen pictures of a Revolutionary War soldier, marching, playing the drum and the flute. And he's got his head wrapped in a bandage. That's kind of how I felt. Well, I got back to the area where we were staying, and the corpsman who was with us wanted to write me up for a Purple Heart. Well, just like in the Trang the first time, I told the corpsman, please do not write me up for a Purple Heart, because I didn't want my parents to worry about me. You see, my father had heart troubles, and I was worried that if he got another telegram like he did when I was missing in action, it would not be good. So I made the corpsman swear he would not write me up for a Purple Heart. But I'll tell you, to this day, you can see that beautiful scar I got in the middle of my forehead from being hit by that piece of bamboo. Oh, we stayed in the Ville for a few weeks. Then we were back on our routine patrols. Now, short-range patrol was like, maybe overnight. And long-range patrols were, about 4 days. 2 days out, 2 days back. Now, that's a lot of chow to carry when you think about it. And sometimes we ran out of chow. But there was just this one occasion, I remember, I was called to the CP tent just before we left to go on one of these 4-day patrols. And I was asked if I'd be willing to take along a woman reporter. Well, I immediately said, no, sir, unless I absolutely have to, because we were going into Indian country. We were heading for the Ho Chi Minh Trail and jungles around it. And I didn't think that it was very safe to take a woman out on. So, from what I understand, she went with Gulf Company on what we used to call a backyard patrol. That was a patrol that was close to the airstrip there at Chu Lai, down Route 1 in the southern part. Not too long, just a day or so out. So I went on the patrol, and when we got back, I learned that this woman reporter had stepped on a booby trap and got killed. I learned that from the chaplain, McNamara, who was at that time the chaplain for 2-4. Like I said, my best buddy was a chaplain's assistant. Now, this wasn't the same chaplain we started out with. This was a different one, but still in all, I really liked this guy. He told me that the woman reporter got killed. It wasn't until now, just a few weeks ago, that I learned who this woman was. Her name was Dickie Chappelle. She was a very, very famous war correspondent and photographer who loved the Marines. I felt pretty bad about not taking her on patrol because nothing happened where I was, even though it was deep in the jungle. But there is no place safe in Vietnam, especially in those days. Well, shortly after that, we continued to patrol the area. And one time, our sergeant, the one I told you about that had taken over the Raider platoon, was told to go on patrol with us. You see, most of the time, he didn't go on patrol. He just sent us. So finally, they decided to send him. So he took 2 squads, first and second squad, my squad and another squad. And we went out on patrol just a couple days. We got hit by one sniper who didn't hurt anybody. He just shot in our direction. Well, this sergeant kind of panicked a little bit, and he called in support. Well, this was during the daylight, and we got down behind a rice paddy, and I sent a couple Marines around to take care of the sniper, which they did. Next thing I knew, we had this helicopter that landed at our position, and they threw out more ammunition than we could carry. Of course, what we needed was chow, but they didn't have any of that. The sergeant jumped on the chopper, looked at me and said, "You're in charge." And he left and went back to the CP. Well, after that patrol, when we got back, I learned that he had rotated back to the States, which was a good thing. And we had a new platoon sergeant. Then a friend of mine who worked in the CP, typing up things, told me that this sergeant had come in and put a piece of paper in the typewriter and wrote himself up for a Bronze Star. That was rather unusual, but I was kind of glad to see him gone. Anyway, we continued to go on patrols. Well, once we went through this village, and the village chief came out and said, "No VC, no VC." So I broke the squad up into 2 units. Don Johnson was in charge of half the squad, and I took the other half and set up an ambush by a cemetery that was right outside the ville. And John took the other half of the squad and started to move through the village to the other end. And we thought that anything, might come our way would have to come through that area. So after I had set up, and we'd been there a little while, all of a sudden I heard gunfire, and it was an M14 on full automatic. It was coming from John's position. So I got on the radio to find out what happened. Of course, we were setting up an ambush, and you don't leave your ambush. And I was told they had 1 Ford and 1 Cadillac. Now, a Ford was the code word for a dead VC. A Cadillac was code word for a wounded Marine. And I asked who the wounded Marine was, and it came back Don Johnson. Well, that night, like I say, I couldn't move. I got very upset. I took out my K-bar, and I was going to go back and have a conversation with that village chief who told us that there were no VC in the area. My radio man had to sit on me literally all night so that I wouldn't leave. When the first light hit, we broke up the ambush, and I went as fast as I could to the area where I knew John was. When I finally arrived at his position, there was Don Johnson sitting there drinking a beer and laughing. He had been shot in his head, but it was just nicked his right eye. The funny thing about that was, if there was anything funny about it, that he had been shot there once before in the same spot, just nicked his right eye. Well, what happened was a VC jumped up in front of him, and he cut that guy in half, literally, with his M14. I was glad to see that he wasn't hurt any worse than he was, and we had not lost any Marines and killed one VC. We had another incident where John and I were together again. We were coming back off patrol. It was like a long-range patrol, but we had almost made it all the way back. And a little girl ran out on the trail in front of us, and she pointed to the village, and she said, "VC, VC," and then she darted out of the way. Well, I got the squad down, and we looked in through the village, and I saw this guy sitting in a tree, and he was facing away from us, and his feet were dangling like over a branch. So I started to aim in, and John started to aim in at the same time. We're sitting next to each other, and Don Johnson said, "He's mine." And I said, "Well, I saw him first." And John said, "But he's mine." I said, "No, he's mine." So we started arguing about who was going to shoot this guy out of a tree. What we wanted to do was just wound him and try to gather some information, interrogate him, take him prisoner. So I decided that since I was the squad leader, it was my turn to shoot this guy. And John said, "Okay, but if you miss, I'm going to get him." I said, "Okay, it's a deal." Well, I aimed in, and I fired 2 rounds in rapid succession. Bang, bang. Well, the first round hit this guy behind his knee, and he flipped backward out of the tree, and the second round caught him right in the chest under his chin. So we went into the Ville, and I had my picture taken with this guy, and the village chief came out and presented me with a Vietnamese flag. Well, then we were told that 200 of them had just left the village, and this guy was the lookout, the one I'd shot out of a tree. We were also told that the day before, these Viet Cong had moved into the village and demanded rice and other things that the village chief and the people of the village refused to supply. Well, these VC started with a baby of this one family, and they killed the whole family, starting from the youngest to the oldest. And that's the way these VC operated. Now in Vietnam, there were a few very nice ancient temples, small ones, usually around a graveyard. And we had come up upon one of these small temples out in the middle of the bush, and we could hear this monk, this Buddhist monk, chanting. So I snuck up to the edge of this temple, looked inside, and I saw a Buddhist monk chanting in front of a dead body that was laid out. And there were candles inside. There was also a large statue of Buddha with a big fat belly who just happened to be in this temple. Well, I waited a while and the monk finally left, and I snuck into the temple looking for anything that might be around this dead body, like weapons or grenades or whatever. I didn't see anything, and then this thought struck me. I looked at this big Buddhist statue, and I decided to leave my mark. So I took my K-bar out, and I scratched a big D with an arrow through it. See, that's my name, Darrow, and it's spelled D-A-R-R-O-W, so my mark was like a D, looked like a bow, with an arrow through it. And that just happened to be on the belly of this big Buddha. Well, I wondered to this day what that monk thought when he went back in there and saw that D carved in his favorite Buddha. Now, you'd think that the Marines had learned a long time ago not to hang hand grenades. Well, not this one Marine. He had a grenade hung from his cartridge belt. The only problem was the grenade had come a little unscrewed and it was bent. It had bent from the pin down into the grenade. So I got everybody down and I told this Marine to just freeze, don't move. Took the grenade off of his belt, finished unscrewing it from the blasting cap, pulled it gingerly out of the grenade and made it inert. Now, had that thing gone off, I wouldn't be making this recording right now. In December of 1965, I participated in Operation Harvest Moon. We were heloed out to an area north of Chu Lai, and there were several units involved in this operation. It wasn't anything like Starlight had been, but we did run into resistance. There were units of VC and NVA in the area. The VC were pretty elusive, though. They didn't stick around. They were kind of hard to find. And from what I understand, they were just trying to get away from us. But generally, this was more of a miserable time. The weather was bad. We did move through the area, and I don't remember a lot about Harvest Moon, probably because, to me, it wasn't anywhere near like Starlight. And it lasted several days. I think it started around the 9th or so of December and went through the 20th. I believe that the final body count was like 407 VC NVA killed in action. Of course, that probably is more of an estimate than an actual number. But Harvest Moon was really miserable. After Harvest Moon, we were coming back on a patrol, and I found some metal pangy stakes. Now, this, along with some other intelligence, helped pinpoint a certain North Vietnamese regiment that had moved into the area. And that's what my job was. It was combat intelligence, gathering as much information as we could. Now, I've kept one of those metal pangy stakes, still have it to this day. The pictures that I'm showing here now are pictures that I took during that period of time. I think one of the pictures depicts one of the Viet Cong that I had captured is being taken to a helicopter for further interrogation when they get him back. I think a buddy of his is carrying him on his back. You might not be able to see that well in the photo because it was a little ways off. And the other pictures are us coming back, walking down Route 1 and finally getting a ride on a 6x. Now, the Raider platoon had stayed longer than the 20th of December in the field. And when we finally made it back, we were on our way to our CP tent on the beach. And to our surprise, we came across the Bob Hope Show. Well, we stopped to listen for a while, and then I got a call on the radio saying, "Get back here quick." So we couldn't stay for the whole show. But that was kind of interesting. The next day or so, the sappers tried to hit the Chu Lai airstrip. And I remember one Marine who had recently come to Vietnam, and he was a guard at the airstrip. He was a black Marine, and a sapper had come around the corner of his building that he was standing on, by, and he shot this fella and cut him in half with a shotgun. And I remember the next day when I came across him, he was all upset about shooting this sapper. And I said, "Hey, don't be upset about that. You did a heck of a good job." And I sort of, patted him on the back and made him feel a little better. It was Christmas Eve, and I had a patrol right there at the airstrip, between the airstrip and the little city of Anton, where the Anton Bridge was. That night, all hell broke loose. The VC had hit the Anton Bridge. There were 4 bunkers, 2 on each side of the river, and all night long, just about, there were green tracers flying everywhere, and stuff was going off. And we were close by. We were the closest unit to Anton at that time. So I got a radio message to go into Anton and check out the situation. So as soon as first light hit, I took my squad and we went through Anton, and we saw a lot of people crying, and there were a few bodies here and there. And when I got up to the bunkers, there were some Marines that had been killed, a lot of VC bodies laying around. I crossed the bridge and went into this one bunker on the right-hand side, and I found my senior drill instructor, Staff Sergeant Castile. He had been in charge of the unit that manned those 4 bunkers, and they did one heck of a good job. Well, that same day, we were taken to the top of a mountain where we remained there until Operation Double Eagle. But it was, again, miserable. It was raining real hard, and it was Christmas Eve. And I remember Don Johnson and I, they had hot coffee on top of the hill. It was the first hot coffee we'd seen in days. And I laid down in the mud in my poncho, and it was raining, and John went and got us some coffee. He brought it back, and you haven't lived till you felt a real hot cup of coffee in one of those metal canteen cups. You couldn't put it to your lips. You'd burn yourself. So I'm sitting there holding this canteen cup, rain coming down, had my poncho over my helmet, and I couldn't see anything. And then I heard this helicopter land on top of the hill. And I heard these footsteps coming closer in the mud. Then I felt this fella kick me in the bottom of my boot. And he said, "Merry Christmas, Marine." Well, I didn't move. I just said to John, I said, "John, who in the you know what I said there, said that?" Well, John looked up. He looked down again. He said, "General Walt." I said, "Oh." And I heard the general march away and get in his chopper and leave. I'll tell you, it was a miserable Christmas Eve. Then the orders came down that we were going to go on another operation. So I sent my team down to check out ammo and grenades and whatnot. And they came back, and actually they had more ammo and grenades than they could possibly carry. Now, it just so happened that we had our sea bags and everything with us. So I told the Marines that the supply, by the way, had closed, and the armory was closed. So we couldn't turn this extra ammo and stuff back. So I told the guys to put the extra grenades, Willie Peter grenades, and extra ammo, machine gun ammo and stuff like that in my sea bag, and I would check it into the armory when we got back. Well, we never got back. I'll tell you, this is kind of way ahead of the story, but what happened to that sea bag was really unusual. You see, years later, it ended up on my doorstep. I was a second lieutenant at the time, living in Woodbridge, Virginia, going to the basic school, and I see this sea bag sitting there, and it's my sea bag. It had followed me all those years. And when I opened it up, there they were. White phosphorus grenades, all that ammo. Nobody checked it. And the funny thing about it was the lock wasn't even on it. It was just closed. Oh, I forgot to say that when Bob Hope came to Chu Lai, they lost one engine out of his plane. And he made this comment. He said, "Other bases here in South Vietnam invited me. This one dared me." Well, from that mountain that we were stationed on, where I packed my sea bag full of ammo, my squad was sent aboard ship as an advance party. I hadn't been briefed yet about our destination, but that was soon to come. And one morning, up a rope ladder came Colonel Bull Fisher. By this time, he was a full bird colonel. And when he reached the top of the ship, and we helped him, John and I helped him aboard, he looked over at me and said, "Big Bear, how have you been?" And I said, "Fine, sir." Well, he had been promoted to, I think it was regimental commander. And he was aboard our ship. I believe we were the flagship. Anyway, we embarked and went south, and we made an amphibious landing. When we did, of course, we went over the side on rope ladders. The ocean was a little choppy. I went down as one of the first Marines, and when I got down to the landing craft, right above me was coming Brian Kinney. Well, Brian Kinney accidentally lost grip of the rope, and he fell backwards. And I caught him, and I was still on the rope ladder, and the two of us, then me trying to push him back up where he could get his hands on the ropes again, went between the ship and the landing craft. We went down between the ship and the landing craft, and I thought we could have gotten crushed, both of us. But it just so happened the wave hit just right, and he caught a grip on the rope, and we both made it into the landing craft. That was the first thing that happened. This operation, by the way, was called Double Eagle. And we made an amphibious landing and got to the beach. Tanks were already there. And so we moved up the beach and set up that night just above where the tanks were. And I remember Marines were having problems. They were getting sick of malaria. And some of the Marines, I lost, I think 1 or 2 Marines out of my own squad with malaria. While we were aboard ship, by the way, I forgot to mention this, I met a corpsman who had the reddest red hair you ever wanted to see. He was attached to a different unit, and got to know him a little bit, talked with him some. He was new to Vietnam, so told him a few things. And the day after we arrived in Vietnam, and I lost those guys from malaria, we set out to go through a village. Now, this village had already been gone through by Marines, so we were sort of following up. And I came across a hole in the ground. We always check those holes out, for traps and for tunnels. But this was just a small hole. When I looked inside, there was a helmet, a Marine's helmet, that was face down in the bottom of this hole. So I got back with a long stick and carefully turned over that helmet. Could have been a booby trap, but it wasn't. And when I turned it over and pulled it out of that hole, there was the top of the skull of a red-headed, I think it was that same corpsman that I'd met aboard ship, because his hair was real red. This was a different part of Vietnam that I had never been in before. There was elephant grass that was taller than I was. We were getting shot at periodically, but the rounds were over our heads, so it didn't even bother to get down, actually. There were a lot of pangy stakes and along both sides of the trail and all around this village where we had gone through. Anyway, we went on, and then I came to another hole in the ground. This was large enough to be a tunnel. Now, there were things that we did when we came across these holes. A lot of times we didn't have time to get a tunnel rat up. I was the point of the battalion at the time. You never passed one of these. You always took care of it. There could have been something inside. So usually what we did was either drop a smoke grenade or a white phosphorus grenade in the hole And then you got down and you looked at the horizon, and if you saw smoke coming out from anywhere else, that showed that it was a tunnel, and there was a tunnel entrance or exit, and that's where the VC could be. So I took a white phosphorus grenade and I threw it down this hole. And we waited for a while for the smoke to finally subside some. A tunnel rat had come up, and he was fixing to check it out. It wasn't a tunnel. It was a bunker. But the first body that tunnel rat threw out was like a 3-year-old little girl. Then he threw out the mother. Then he threw out 3 dead VC. Well, I looked at that child for the longest time. The whole battalion had come past my position. I was just sitting there looking at that dead child. Finally, a Marine came up and he said, "Look, you couldn't have helped it. You did what you had to do." So he got me going, and we went through that Ville. Finally caught up to the rest of my team and took the point. Double Eagle was a series of different long-range patrols. A lot of them were going up the side of a very steep mountain. And on one occasion, this mountain ridge that I went up, we had to get up there quickly, and the heat was just unbearable. The steepness of the hill was tremendous. When we got to the top of this mountain, I should say, Don Johnson was bleeding from the mouth and the nose. He was medevaced out of Vietnam at that time. I learned much later that he had punctured a lung somehow, had pinpoint punctures or something. I don't know, but it was caused by exertion from climbing that hill. There were other things that were very interesting on that operation. As we made our way through the jungle and down these jungle trails, I ran across elephant traps. They were like large pangy steaks, but they were made for elephants. Started to run out of chow, and that wasn't unusual for Vietnam. I always ran out of chow. But we came into this other village, and this one area had these large barrels, and they were full of peanuts. So we dipped our hands into the peanuts and put them in our pockets, and that's what we ate for a while, were those peanuts. We also went from one hot spot to another. There was one time, like I said, I was the point for the battalion, but at this particular time I was the rear point, the rear guard, you might say, last guy out. Helicopters came down to get us out. Well, the whole battalion had left, and the last choppers had landed, and I went over to get on one of them. And as I was standing beside the chopper, it was an old 34, I was helping my Marines to get aboard. There was like, I think there were 4 or 6 of us, I forget exactly now. But anyway, I was helping them aboard, and I jumped on. I was the last guy on. And I rolled over, and as soon as I did, the gunner that was on the chopper and on this machine gun facing the opposite direction was hit in the shoulder by a round. Now, I didn't know it at the time, but I thought the helicopter had these sparks that were coming from the chopper, but they weren't. They were rounds that were hitting the chopper. And so that helicopter took off. The gunner was killed. Chopper took off in the air, went to a different location, and landed in a rice paddy. Well, I rolled off this chopper into the rice paddy and ran toward a hill at the edge of the rice paddy. And when I got to the edge of it, there were two Vietnamese, it looked like boys. I don't think they were more than 12, 13 years old, but they were boys. They didn't have guns. They weren't armed, as far as I could see. They jumped up right in front of me, and they turned around and ran up the hill away from me. And I looked at them, and they were both wearing bandanas. And the first thing that came to my mind was, these guys are Boy Scouts. Now, I wasn't shy about shooting VC, but there was no way that I was going to shoot two Boy Scouts running away from me, shoot them in the back. Well, all the other Marines, when I turned around and looked, were all the way on the other side of this rice paddy. The chopper was taking off, and there were no other Marines next to me. So I ran across the rice paddy and joined these Marines. And, there was a village there, and we walked along the rice paddy dike and made it across. I took the point of the battalion again, but I was called back. We were right next to a river, and the colonel requested my presence. Well, when the colonel requests your presence, you're there. So I went back and, found the colonel, and he asked me if I would swim across this river with a major as, his swimming buddy. Somebody had told the colonel that I was the best swimmer in the battalion. So he asked me if I'd swim with him. Of course, I said, yes, sir. So I took off my shirt, my boots, and got to the edge of the river. Now, there was a bridge right there that had been destroyed, and some of it was cement, and the cement columns kind of went out just a little bit from the edge of the river, and one Marine with a sniper rifle crawled out as far as he could on the edge of that bridge, and the major and I swam to the center of the river. Now, what he was supposed to do, this major, he was from Amtrak's, and he was checking the bottom of the river to see if it was suitable to be crossed right there. When we got out, there was one cement post that was in the water, and we got out by that cement post. It was about the center of the river. We were way out. That river was wide. And there was one hut on the other side of the river, one little grass hut. And when we got to our position, we started taking fire from that grass hut. Some VC was shooting at us. Well, the sniper couldn't get a shot from his position, and the rounds were hitting the water, and the major and I would come up for air, and we'd dive down, and I saw the rounds flying past my head. The whole battalion was lined up on the other side of the river. And one time when I came up for air, I watched a 3.5 rocket flying across the river toward that little grass hut. Well, the little grass hut had one window, and believe it or not, I'll never forget it. That 3.5 rocket went into the window and blew up that little grass hut. Well, the entire battalion cheered. It was the best shot I ever saw in Vietnam. How that guy did that, I'll never know. Anyway, we swam back, and as it turned out, we did not use that river to cross there at that point. Well, I took my position back to the front of the battalion, and we went on. It was, I don't know, maybe 1 or 2 days later, we had come down this trail, and it was getting dark. So I set up in a ditch next to the trail, and the Marines came in behind me and set up on both sides of the trail, made their positions, and the whole battalion, hunkered down for the night. You couldn't really walk at night in the jungle. It was best to stop. Anyway, just after dark, we had settled in, and I couldn't see my hand in front of my face. It was really dark. All of a sudden, I heard a young Marine holler, "Halt! Who goes there?" I thought to myself at the time, who in the heck would holler, "Halt! Who goes there?" But I didn't get a chance to think about it very long, because the next thing that happened was I heard an explosion. Saw tracers flying over my head. They were green. That meant they were VC. And I heard screaming and another explosion. And that was about the end of it. Well, I couldn't see anything that night. And of course, I didn't sleep at all that night, waiting for the assault, whoever was out there. The next morning, I got up out of that ditch. I went over to the edge of the trail where I found a gunnery sergeant who had set off a claymore mine. They set up this claymore along the trail. It's a good thing they did. And he had lost an arm. A young PFC, the young Marine that hollered halt, was dead. And there were a couple of VC bodies laying on the trail. Well, the corpsman, of course, came up and he was attending the gunny, and I went up the trail and sat next to this Vietnamese who had been blown up by a claymore. Now, I told you I lost a couple of guys in my unit, and I had a replacement. So this young Marine that was sitting on the other side of the trail, looking kind of green, while he was, we were supposed to eat breakfast and go on. So we broke out our sea rations, and this guy was kind of sick. He was, probably first time he'd ever seen a dead body. So I started talking to this dead VC. I was, just shooting a breeze with him, saying, fella, you don't look so good, stuff like that, while I'm eating my chow. And I, set my sea ration can on his chest, and, I'd eat a little bit out of it and stuff like that. And I did this to show this Marine that there's nothing to it. Get used to it. Get over it. And so I just kept on going. And after the meal, now I didn't smoke, but after this particular meal, I lit up a cigarette. Now this dead VC, he had one leg like over his left shoulder. He had multiple wounds all around him. His arms were in odd positions, and his head was kind of back and his mouth was open just enough. I could see his teeth, that I could slip a cigarette between his teeth, and that's what I did. I lit a cigarette and I put a Marlboro between his teeth. It looked like he was smoking a cigarette. So I got my stuff together and we moved on down the trail. And years later, when I was a police officer, I was sitting next to a guy who I later found out was the same Marine that fired that 3.5 rocket launcher into that hut. And he told me that there was another Marine, a lieutenant, that the whole battalion, when they walked past that body and they saw this dead body with a cigarette in his mouth, everybody laughed, including the colonel. But this guy was a lieutenant, I guess, bringing up the rear, and he got all upset. And he said, "Who did that? And I'm going to write him up, and I'm going to charge him," and all this kind of stuff. And somebody told him, "Well, he's a raider, and he's at the head of the battalion if you want him." He wasn't about to come up there and get me. Now, we had been several days in this operation. I lost track of time, actually. And we finally made it to the top of this other mountain. Now, this is where we were supposed to run into the Army. The whole idea of Double Eagle was hammer and anvil, where the Marines were the hammer and the Army was supposed to be the anvil. And we were supposed to capture or catch the VC between us. Well, that didn't work out too good. You see, the Army moved with UE helicopters, and we moved on the ground. So the VC simply ran away from us, and the Army didn't stop them. But we got to the top of this mountain. We had been several days in the bush. We didn't have any resupply of chow. A lot of times, we just ran out of chow. And we were hoping that we get something when we got to the top of this mountain. The Army, on the other hand, flying in their nice Hueys, had cold beer and hot chow. Now, when we got to the top of this mountain, I went over, finally, after we got our tents set up, our little shelter halves, I went over to this one Army unit. They had, by the way, set up their cannons. They had brought in heavy artillery. And I went over to this one unit and I said, "Darn," I said, "you guys don't know, we hadn't had anything cold, at all. No beer, no nothing. Could I get a beer for my men over here?" And they laughed at me. They thought it was funny. Well, I didn't get the beer, and I just went back without anything. And I think it was the next morning these guys pulled out, took all their equipment, and heloed out of that place. And so there was a little stream where we were, and this is the first time I did this in Vietnam. I never left my rifle. I always went with it. Why I left it this time, I couldn't tell you. But I left my rifle and I picked up all these guys' canteens, and I went down to this creek to fill our canteens. While I'm at this creek, a VC started shooting at me, and he unloaded a bunch of rounds that were hitting everywhere except where I was. Then I heard the sound of M14s, and I realized that the Viet Cong that had shot at me were not shooting at me anymore. So I ran up to my area and got my rifle, and I ran up to the top of this hill where there were these boulders. And when I came around a boulder, this Marine from, I think he was from Fox Company. I can't remember exactly. Fox or Hotel, I don't remember. But he threw a carbine magazine at me, and he said, here. He said he fired all the rounds out of that one at you. And he was in the process of changing magazines when we came up on him. And there were 2 dead VC laying in that group of rocks. And you know, I still have that magazine. Well, that was the beginning of that day. Went down, got our shoulder halves, got all prepared, and I took up the point for the battalion again, and we walked across this mountain ridge line. And this was the last day of Operation Double Eagle. It took us all day to move across this mountain ridge. And down in the rice paddy, you could see them with binoculars. We saw this VC with an elephant, and the elephant was carrying what looked like an anti-aircraft gun. So 81 mortars on top of this mountain set up, and they started dropping mortars in where this elephant was. The whole battalion's lined up on the ridge line. We're watching this, and it looked like a silent movie, you know, from an Our Gang comedy or something like that. It was funny because the mortar round would hit by the rice paddy dike. The elephant would turn around and run away, and then another round would hit behind him, and he'd turn around and run the other way. And it got to be comical until, of course, the elephant was hit. That was the first elephant I'd ever seen get blown up by the 81s. And then we moved along the ridge line, and I saw the landing zone, which was right in front of me, basically. It was down the side of this mountain. And I heard that 81s was getting strung out. They had a lot of heavy equipment to carry. Base plates, the mortar tubes, you know, the ammo. So they were getting strung out. It was hot. So I sent my Marines. There were 3 of us left in my squad, by the way. Me and Byron, Kinney, and Mayfield. So I sent Byron, Kinney, and Mayfield back to help 81s. And I stopped and I waited. Pretty soon they came back with some equipment. I ran back the whole length of the battalion, found 81s, grabbed a 81 base plate, put it up over my shoulder, ran all the way back to the front of the battalion. And then I took up the point again. Then I started walking down to the LZ, the landing zone. As I'm walking down this side of this mountain, there was a lot of shale. It was like shale, and it was hard to walk. I stepped right on a booby trap. It's the first time I'd ever done anything stupid like that in Vietnam. Well, it shattered my right ankle, broke my right leg. I caught shrapnel in my hand, and it picked me up and threw me down the mountain. I landed on that 81 base plate. I think that's what saved my life, because there were sharp, jagged rocks down there I landed on. This was a 2-part booby trap. It's called a bouncing Betty. The first part of it did all the damage, and the second part of it then went down the hill and exploded, and I got what was called the wah-wahs out of it. It just stunned me. Fortunately, I didn't get any shrapnel or anything from that thing, but I was in pretty bad shape. I looked back up the mountain, and I couldn't see one Marine. They had all gotten down where they heard the explosion. And I'll tell you what, when you're in front of a whole battalion of Marines and you look back and you don't see anybody, you know that these guys were good. Next thing I knew, here comes this young corpsman, And he ran down the hill, and I told him to stop, because the worst thing you can do is get a wounded Marine who's just stepped on a mine, because there could be other mines in the area. We didn't know. I didn't know. Well, he got down to me, almost stepped on me. And I'm laying there, and he looked at me, he looked at my boot, and he took his knife and cut the boot laces on my boot. My ankle swelled up just immediately. There was no way that I was going to put that boot back on ever. So I'm laying there, and then P.T. Scott came out of nowhere, and he's by my side, and he told the corpsman, "Don't touch him." I guess he was right upset, because he knew that the corpsman made a bad mistake, cutting my shoelaces like that. And so the whole battalion then went past my position down to the LZ. We weren't real far away, but we were far enough away. The battalion commander had already called in naval gunfire to hit where we had been. And where we had been was where I was. So P.T. Scott, he knew I couldn't walk. He grabbed me and threw me over his shoulder and carried me with all our equipment down the side of that mountain to the LZ. They put me on the first chopper that left that area. I was due to rotate back to the States, I thought. I was going to rotate back to the States all right, but it wasn't the way I thought I was going to go. I was medevaced to Da Nang, and they put me in an amputee ward. Thought I was going to lose my right leg. Then they put me in another aircraft, and I was supposed to be sent to Japan for an operation. But as it was, they put me on a plane that had guys that already had lost a limb, and I ended up in the Philippines. Well, when I got to the Philippines, they saw that I had been misshipped. So instead of sending me to Japan, they sent me to Hawaii. Now, you have to understand, I'd been in the bush for over a month. No shower, no shave, no nothing, no hot water. The only thing I had with me at the time was K-Bar and that carbine magazine I think I had in my pocket. So when I got to Hawaii, out comes General Chu Lai. Now, you could smell me a lot sooner than you could see me. And General Chu Lai was walking along the airstrip there, and he saw me laying there in the stretcher. Oh, by the way, they had pumped me full of morphine or something. I was really out of it for a few days. But I remember General Chu Lai jumping down the throat of this poor Army nurse when he saw me. And he didn't know the whole story, but he thought that, I should have been taken better care of. Well, they took me to Tripler Hospital in Hawaii, and they were going to take my K-bar away from me. And I said, "No, you're not going to touch my K-bar." Well, by the time I got to Tripler, my ankle had started to unswell. which was a good sign. And they never put a cast on my leg. I remember laying in the Tripler hospital, and this guy comes along with a tray of donuts and hot coffee. He was from the Red Cross. And he said, "Would you like a donut?" I said, "I haven't had a donut in 2 years." He said, "Oh, that'll be $1.50. I said, "What?" He said, "You got to donate to the Red Cross." I said, "You can keep your donuts." That was my little experience with the Red Cross. They shipped me out of Tripler, and I ended up in a Air Force hospital in California. And then from there, I was getting better. I was almost ambulatory. I could limp around a little bit. And then they sent me to Philadelphia Naval Hospital. When I got to Philadelphia, I only weighed like 140 pounds. I had had malaria myself, didn't know it. I was pretty sick. And I didn't have any uniforms, I didn't have any records, I didn't have anything. So they made me a Lance Corporal again. And I'm kind of getting ahead of the story here. I don't want to get into Philadelphia. All I wanted to do here is talk about 2-4. But the last thing I'll say about 2-4 is this. They were the best Marines that I ever had the honor to serve with. When I got out of the hospital in Philadelphia, I was stationed there at the Navy Yard. I was ambulatory. I got a letter from a friend of mine who found out where I was. And I learned in that letter that Byron Kenny and Mayfield were both killed. Mayfield had hit a booby trap, and it killed both of them. So that was the last two guys out of my squad. There was another friend of mine, the guy that wrote the letter actually, who had won several medals, Bronze Star, Silver Star. And he did it by being on a side of a mountain where the Viet Cong had decided to attack at night. He was manning a machine gun, and instead of opening up with his machine gun that would really have exposed his position, he simply reached down to help these guys up the hill. And he reached down and grabbed a guy's hand and pulled him up and stabbed him in the back and grabbed another one and kept on doing this until he had at least a dozen around his position that he had stabbed, every one of them. Like Colonel Fisher once said, "Who's the best in the Corps? 2-4. Well, here I am at Gettysburg, 53 years later. I'm thinking about all those men that fought in this conflict 150 years ago. The ones that lost legs and arms, and the ones that ended up with what they used to call soldier's heart. Yeah, I know about soldier's heart. They call it PTSD today. Anyway, when I think back on the time I stepped on the booby trap at Bouncing Betty, I could have lost my leg. I was injured pretty good. They did want to take my right leg off. I was scheduled for an amputation. I know it was by God's grace that didn't happen. Of course, later on, because I was in such bad shape, only weighing 145 pounds and had several injuries that were not really attended to and that were healing up on their own. They were trying to decide on whether or not I would receive a medical discharge. Now, I fought that medical discharge with all I had. I had to prove to the doctors in Philadelphia and the ones in charge of the Navy Yard that I could still be a Marine and still perform all of the duties that I had to. I had to be better than the best. So I maxed my physical fitness tests and proved to the Marine Corps that I was still worthy. Of course, later on, I became a drill instructor, and after that, I got my commission and became an officer. Still, I'll always remember all those that I served with in 2-4. We were tight, we were disciplined, we were highly trained, well motivated, and highly experienced. The 2nd Battalion, 4th Marines will remain in my heart forever.